confirmed what Muhammad was teaching.
Say that again. Which prophets confirmed what Muhammad was teaching?
So that
we don't have any written evidence from any prophets, historically speaking. So we can't say.
And I have an answer.
I will say one thing on that very quickly. One of the reasons, actually, this completely ties into what you're saying, Simplicium, because you need to understand where I'm coming from. You're saying, these prophets are saying that they're going to support one another, or let's say we're saying that's going to support Muhammad. Which prophet, are you saying from biblical perspective? Or
no, I'm not talking about biblical. I'm talking from the Quran. I'm quoting Quran. So from the Quran, it says it. What I say is not what Ibn Kathir says. It's what the Quran says.
Mm-hmm. And your question was what was it again?
During the time of Muhammad, who were the prophets that confirmed to us that what Muhammad is saying aligns with the scripture and the wisdom, according to this covenant?
Why does that matter?
Because otherwise this passage is null and void.
No. Wait. Isaac, he doesn't understand the Quran even.
Why is it null and void?
Because there's a covenant.
Yeah.
And this covenant, right, for you to make it applicable to Muhammad, that means they had to be prophets with the scripture and the wisdom during the time of Muhammad, so that when Muhammad...
Who said during the time of Muhammad?
By the way,
No. Hold a second, sorry, Isaac, but who said this prophets must be during the time of Muhammad?
Because it says what they have with them.
No, it doesn't say what they have with them. Okay, it says, okay, guys, you don't understand Arabic, okay? The verse,
What does it say?
Okay, let me read it. Let me read it.
Wait, can I read the whole verse?
Go ahead.
Tell me if you disagree. So this is Abdul Hadim or Mustafa Khattab or whatever. God took a pledge from the prophets, right? With the prophets. It's, by the way, it's Jama' and it's like all the prophets. So this would include Jesus, Moses, all of them, right? Mithaq al-Nabiyyin, this is all the prophets. So we have 25 prophets in the Quran, so it would include them and all the other prophets that are unnamed, because we don't know the name of every single prophet, because prophets, were sent all around the world. So it says an-Nabiyyin, which in the Arabic clearly is like Jama' for all the prophets, basically. Okay, so 25 prophets are mentioned in the Quran, so it would include all 25 of those, because that's what it's saying. Because we know that these people are called prophets in the Quran, so if Moses uses these people are called prophets, when it says here prophets, it includes those people by definition. So Moses, Abraham, Jesus, Jacob, blah, blah, blah. So they're part of the prophets that are mentioned here when we just look at the Quran in totality. That's point number one. Point number two is, how do we know it's Muhammad, right? That's a good question. So I'm saying it's all the prophets and it's Muhammad. How do we know it's Muhammad? Because let me talk for a little bit, because I haven't really been able to respond at all, to be honest. If I were to say to you, when you look at the New Testament, you look at it holistically. You look at it, from Genesis all the way to Revelation, right? When Jesus says something, if we are going to have a disagreement on what Jesus says, we look at what Paul says to interpret that, because obviously Paul, you believe, he's Holy Spirit, all that kind of stuff, or we go to Peter, or we go to Timothy, or whoever else, right? That's fine. From a Christian perspective, you'll do that. So we as Muslims will do essentially kind of a similar thing. We have the Quran, we have the Prophet, but we also have his companions who are with him, his disciples, and his disciples, like Ibn Abbas and others, many others, by the way, said that this verse is referring to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. The same way, if Jesus says something and Paul says this is what Jesus meant by that, or this is what this means, you're going to take that as a Christian. Does that make sense? And I'll say, fair enough, that's what you believe as a Christian. So we have authentic narrations where the companion said that this refers to prophets in general, like prophet after prophet, and also the Prophet Muhammad specifically as well. Does that make sense?
So no, because he doesn't have a covenant with the Sahaba. He has a covenant with the prophets, you said.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying the Prophet. I'm saying the Quran says you must follow the companions. The Prophet said you must follow them too. So
no. This has nothing to do with the companions.
No. I know. But how do we understand what the Quran says?
We read it.
Exactly. So let me give you an example. It's irrelevant if they have it. it's irrelevant if they had it with their. I mean, they kind of did, to be fair, because if this is referring to the Prophet Muhammad, which the companions are saying this is who it refers to, they have that first-hand knowledge. The same way the disciples have that first-hand knowledge.
But hold on.
You believe in Paul because he has that first-hand knowledge, right?
But Isaac, hold on. Before we get to now, what your companions say about it.
No, but that's important.
Can we at least? I didn't deny you in anything. I haven't even said it. Can we read the passage first? Understand what the passage is saying, then move on to the companions.
Okay, I'll read it. Tell me what part you disagree with.
All right, go ahead.
God took a pledge from the prophets. Right? It should be all the prophets because it's fully plural. It's not 1, 2, 3. It's plural, and it's yeah. And it's definitive as well, saying it uses definite article. If after I've disposed scripture and wisdom upon you, a messenger comes confirming what you have been given, it says a single one, you must believe in him and support him. Do you affirm this and accept my pledge as binding upon you? And covenant, by the way, it's not saying covenant in the Christian term of covenant. It's just mithaq. Like even today, we use mithaq when it comes to like law or whatever else. Like
it's a pledge. It's a contract.
When we have like house dealings between people, they say the same thing. So this is not covenant in the Christian sense of covenant. But
it's a contract.
Do you affirm this and accept my pledge as binding upon you? They said we do. He said, then bear witness, and I too will bear witness. So my argument, and tell me which part you disagree with this.
That sounds like you're saying creed. That's a creed. We're talking about a covenant.
It says mithaq. We did aqidah. That's different. So it's a different concept.
But we can say contract.
It's different. Yeah, like so it's a contract because they've been asked to affirm this and accept. But contract depends on how you define it. Anyway, let me continue. So my argument is that this is all the prophets because it says an-nabiyyin. Right, mithaq an-nabiyyin, very clear. So, and we know that there's prophets in the Quran, so that would obviously include this. For example, if there's 12, let me just give an analogy so you understand what I'm saying. There's 12 apostles. If a chapter in the Bible says all the apostles loved Jesus, and we know that each apostle is named, by definition, those apostles would love Jesus because the apostles include those people. So when it says an-nabiyyin, and we know who those Nabiyyin are in other verses in the Quran, that would include all those in this passage. So Moses, Abraham, Jesus, blah 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 blah. You get the point. So that's point number one. Point number two. Well, actually, that's point number one. Just tell me if you disagree with that. So far.
Well, that's point number one. I just want to say point number one. When you say all the prophets, right? Is this also inclusive of messengers?
A messenger is by definition a prophet.
So therefore, how do you then apply that to the messenger part? Are you saying when it says
I'm saying a messenger by definition is a prophet. In Islam, the difference between, and I can get into that if you want, the difference between a prophet.
I know that. So this means just asking is that I'm saying that this contract, is it applicable to a singular messenger or any messenger mentioned in the Quran? For example, can this be applicable to Isa?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, fair enough. Anyway, continue.
So I'm saying this is all the messengers, including Muhammad.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So the covenant is very
because
clear,
it says
right?
because wait, let me answer how. If you look at the grammar, it says mithaq an-nabiyyin. So akhadha Allah, God took a covenant or whichever noun you want to use with all the prophets, and it says thumma ja'akum. So after you. So every single prophet. Like, if it comes after you, another messenger, will you must believe in him and support him. That's what it says, right? So it's saying, if it comes after you, right? Like it comes, after you, will you support? Let me just finish. If it comes after you, a messenger, will you support him? Every single prophet said yes. So by definition, this includes all the prophets, including the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, because he's a prophet, obviously. Does that make sense?
Okay. Well,
thumma, and then after you comes ja'akum. Kum is obviously plural referring to all the prophets already.
Well, about Muhammad, we don't know yet.
No. That's what it says.
Wait, Isaac. But hold
we
on,
do. I've just given the argument.
I know that.
I
know, bro. What do we do? I told you that we're gonna start by reading the verse, right? Then we'll get, because you told me you're gonna explain to me why every Sahaba and all in company.
That's a different topic. Forget that.
Yes, but we're not exactly. So what I said, first of all, let's understand the ayat first, and then we move on, right? That's what I said. So according to the ayat, this is what I can agree with, right? There's a condition then. For an example, and this is the question that I now have. Let's say Isa, he comes, right? Because the contract said, the contract says that if a messenger comes to you, confirm what is with you.
It doesn't say that. It says a prophet.
What is it?
It says a prophet.
No, it's what? Are you sure? It says whatever.
Yeah, it says an-nabiyyin. It doesn't say rusul. It says an-nabiyyin. Rusul is messengers. An-nabiyyin is prophets. Nabi is prophet. So yeah.
So you're saying that in the original Quran there's no such thing as messenger?
No, bro. Rasul is messenger. Nabi is prophet. This is not complicated to understand.
Oh, but it says of the book of wisdom
what
comes to you a messenger.
It says Nabiyyin, bro. This is. I thought you knew the meaning of Nabi. Just quickly Google it or something.
Let me bring up the. What's the meaning? Oh, let me put it in my PTR. What's the meaning of this?
Give me a second. I need to put my laptop to charge. Is it in your PTR?
Yeah, hold on. I'm putting it right now. Just give me a second. Head from camera.
I need to go in like 10 minutes anyway because I got work.
All right, go. It's in my PTR. That highlighted one. What is that? How do you read that?
Okay, that's a messenger.
So that's what it says, right?
No,
so
but that's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said Allah made a covenant with the messengers. It's with the prophet.
Oh, okay, a contract. Sorry, not a contract.
Yeah.
No.
But you said with the messengers. That's what
it says.
No, it says with the prophets. Oh my gosh.
Oh, sorry, no. So now I'm talking about the content of the contract. It says that. So keep in mind. So
read it from the beginning.
I get it. When Allah took the covenant of the prophets.
Yeah, last time you said messengers. That's fine.
Sorry, my bad. Maybe that's.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Continue. That's just important.
Yeah. So it says that whenever I give you scripture and wisdom, and there comes to you a messenger confirming what is with you, then it tells.
It doesn't say with you. It doesn't say. Where does it say that?
Confirming what is with you.
Where does it say that?
In the.
It says. It doesn't say that. It says lam.
It is with you.
Yeah.
Hold on, it's in my PTR. It's in my PTR, bro.
Let me read it.
It's in my PTR. Let me see which one. Wait.
It's not in your PTR. It doesn't say.
Let me take it. I'll take it.
What is?
Let me take it and put it.
Give me
a minute. Crying out loud, my phone is issues.
I mean, Mustafa Khattab, MAS Abdul
Alright, I put it in there.
That part. Give me a second.
Or should I just take a PT? I'll just take a PT of the whole thing. Hold on, let me just take that one. Yeah, I'll just take a PT of the whole ayat. That's more good. I'll add it to my PT of the collection of the whole ayat.
Yeah, it says ma'akum. That is not, well, it's not necessarily physical or non-physical. That's why M.S. Abdul Halim, the Oxford translation of the Quran, says the messenger confirming what you have been given. If you want to say what they have with them,
it says here, look.
If you want to say with them, that's fine.
It says in with you, is with you.
Ma'akum.
So that which is with you.
So
Laima.
What's the issue?
Yeah, is with you. So they have it with them, correct? The scriptures.
Yeah.
You said where it says they have it with them.
Yeah, the prophets have it with them.
I thought you were referring to the previous ones, but go ahead, yeah.
No.
The Rasul, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so fair enough. So
it's a word for word translation, yeah.
No, so Simpson, I don't understand your argument, to be honest.
Oh, I haven't
so this is saying. So wait, let me explain. So this is saying, so these prophets have come, right? There's a covenant. They have been given scripture, because that's lima ma'akum. That's what's with them, right? Because it says kitab wa hikmah.
Yeah, it's with them. In other words, they have it with them.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I was talking about previously with the prophets rather than with the messengers specifically. That's why I said it's with them. But with the Rasul and what the prophets have, confirming the prophet, sorry, the messenger being confirmed with what the prophets have, that part, yeah, I do agree with that. And I already said that. There was chapter 7, verse 57. Chapter 7, verse 157 says the same thing. It says, so that's it with them as well. That's it with them as well.
So to come back to this ayat, right? So this is what I'm saying, right? So now that we understand it, this ayat, that means that, let's say for example, if Isa, who is the messenger, right, and a prophet, if he came to the prophets, whoever these prophets were during his time, right, and let's say his message didn't confirm the scriptures that they had, then that means that they shouldn't support him, right? According to this ayat.
Well, when you say it doesn't affirm what they had, you mean the prophets, correct?
Yeah.
But the prophets didn't have the Bible.
No, I'm not saying they had the Bible. Whatever scripture and wisdom they had.
Yeah. Jesus must affirm. Yeah, Jesus must. I mean, when we say affirm, obviously it depends what you mean, because there's abrogations and things like that, so it can't affirm everything. Even the New Testament doesn't affirm the Old in everything. The Quran doesn't affirm the Old in everything. So even in the Quran it says, as I'm sure you're aware, that Jesus made new laws that the Jews didn't already have. So he kind of, So I agree with you though. I agree with you that Jesus obviously had to be affirmed in what the prophets had, 100%.
Yeah, and then what I'm now saying, if he didn't do that, then Jesus wouldn't be a messenger to them.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So that's the current apparent understanding that I'm getting so far. That's what I understood as I read this ayat. So now we move on now to the other part now, where we're now saying that.
But
okay, now first of all,
it doesn't say every single one. It doesn't say every.
I want to understand that part. Where do you get that understanding from? Because here it clearly says that confirm what is with you. But where do you get this understanding that now says not everything? Where are you getting that?
What do you mean? Not everything. For example, let me give an example. In the Quran, it says that when Jesus came, he abrogated some of the laws of the Jews. So by definition, he can't agree with everything. I mean, we believe in abrogation, obviously. We believe that different societies in the Quran have different Sharia. So we can fully aware of that verse in the Quran. When I say confirm everything, let me give you an example of what I mean by that. If I said the New Testament confirm the Old Testament, you will say yes. But that doesn't mean you can't quote. You still affirm everything about that previous book. So the same with this. Messengers came, but that doesn't mean we do everything in that book, because as God says, messengers were sent to their nations. You know the verse in the Quran which says each prophet, each messenger was sent to their own nation with their own language, for example, right? So
which I don't particularly. I don't see that being a viable option for Netanyahu, which forces Trump into, rather than leadership, into like an uncomfortable place for him and for the Jews, because it makes him look like Israel is actually giving him orders. I don't think he can afford that politically.
So what do you think is the most likely strike from the Americans and the most likely negotiated surrender from Iran?
No, I think, but I don't know what you mean by the most likely strike by the Americans.
What would they hit?
Well, I mean, the first things they would hit would be anti-aircraft, and airplanes and runways, and then rockets. So, and I mean, I've said for a long time there are two outcomes here. One where the regime flees to Russia, Venezuela, wherever, and there is not a war, and one where there is a war and those same people are dead.
So here's a scenario: the U.S. doesn't bomb the bunkers the regime is hanging out in.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how easily bombable those bunkers are, but regardless, like they'll get hit. Like they're all going to die if there's a war.
Probably
good amount of moral hazard to letting go Ayatollahs either escape or live.
I have a different question. Is the Syrian president still in Russia? Assad?
Yeah, he's still. He has 17 apartments in Moscow, according to intelligence that I read. I don't know what he needs 17 apartments for.
With the
Maybe his family. Maybe he has lots of
amazing and
really move around the city.
He rents them.
Yeah, he has access to.
Oh yeah, you think he's got like a side hustle?
No, I think
I don't think he needs the money.
No, I think he moves around, so no one knows which apartment he's in at any given day.
I think that some of the apartments need to be occupied by his decoys.
Maybe he has to house his bodyguards.
Maybe.
He's got plenty of stuff he's got to deal with. You tried being an exile.
Dictator in exile. That's tough.
Yeah, it ain't so easy, buddy.
And it sucks to be in a cold weather country when you're used to the Middle East.
Well, question is, how many wives
that
does he
in a
have?
former life? Weren't you an exiled dictator? At one
What?
point, I think
Was I an exiled dictator at one point?
At one point.
Not yet. Why?
You should check in with his wife.
I don't dictate and I don't exile easy.
I think there's a lot of moral hazard to not killing the Ayatollahs or letting them live or move somewhere else. Because what it would show to other parties in the world is that you can kind of play Trump. That, in other words, that it goes back to Taco, right? Trump always
was created. He wasn't. Get off my dick. Stop
That
saying
was
my name.
Exactly. My thesis, which is we'll get to a point where I can declare victory.
I agree.
They really have to shy away from, a big display of military force. When he's got a strict exit strategy.
Did we not call every...
Trying to get him back to the negotiating table, and then they'll basically, play him for a fool. Because
Exactly. They'll string him along and say, yeah, sure. And then when it comes to implementation, they'll be like, don't worry about it. They'll string along. Like JCPOA was a farce,
they'll do what they've always done, which is string along Western...
obfuscate.
Right.
Well, I mean, the other argument, though, is that it's exactly what he's done in Gaza, but also maybe what he's done in Gaza isn't bad, even though no one actually is holding by the ceasefire, right? It's created a very different narrative, a very different tempo. In theory, things might get done without them actually saying, yes, we'll give up our arms.
Well, it seems like now Israel's going to have to go and enforceably disarm them.
Oh no, those 5 countries are going to do it.
No, they're not.
I know. That's what I was saying yesterday. I was like, there's no way they're doing that.
It was always going to be Israel. There was no other option. It's all farce. The board is peace.
The Bob.
With some exceptions, a bunch of second-rate countries, maybe third-rate.
How dare you insult glorious Kazakhstan?
That's the first one that came to mind, Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan is potentially very well suited to take that role.
Exactly. Sacha Baron Cohen is very proud.
No, but they actually have a fairly sizable professional military.
I know. I hear. Disinterested. They're there.
Disinterested.
The Indonesians, the Moroccans, the Kazaki. And then we had, the Kosovo soldiers.
Buffalo soldiers.
That and Armenia are the stretches.
Kosovo and Armenia.
Armenia is one of the 5?
That's right! Armenia preventing Armenian genocides from occurring at all.
Did Israel prevail in keeping Turkey out of it?
Yes.
Yeah. I guess they did. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, if Turkey had slightly different leadership, they could have been a very good option.
Yeah, dictators really suck.
Yeah. Knock it off, dictators.
دلم برات خیلی تنگ شده.
No, it's not Armenia, it's Albania.
That's what
Albania,
I
not
thought.
Armenia.
I was like, Armenia? No, there's no way.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, I was just like, they're all Muslim countries.
Yeah, and Kosovo and Albania together have less than 15,000 soldiers.
I'll take Albania for 1,000, Sean. No problem. It's not worth 1,000. You're overpaying.
Dear Albala.
So who's gonna fund all the billions to rebuild Gaza?
Forgive me for not acknowledging Al is in the room. Hello, my beautiful woman. I mean, they run a lot of the steakhouses around here, and I never feel a Muslim presence, so I'll let them be the leader in that area.
Yeah, but who's gonna fund the rebuilding of Gaza? Do we know yet? Is it all Qatar?
Not Israel.
Persia.
Who cares? I think it's a real question. They'll figure it out, right? They're gonna start with tests, and they'll get some like. No, not my car.
Kazakhstan has the worst
I
decided.
think Billy's got an echo.
I thought the UAE was supposed to fund a lot of it too.
Kazakhstan has to patrol Gaza City. Kazakhstan.
It's crazy. I saw that 1 week before it was flattened. From steroid.
It'll be fine.
Hi, Rena.
Hello, Rita.
She came and went.
She came and went.
And she danced like she had never danced before. And there was
They miscalculated. We don't care about nobody. And two Hamas
Black Rabbi, I have a question for you, if you don't mind, right? I want to know what your affiliation is, because I'm not quite sure if you are
It doesn't matter.
on
It
the
doesn't
Israeli
matter. It doesn't
side
matter
or
what my
if you're on
affiliation
the
is.
American
We're not
side.
talking about me. We're saying as long as Hamas is inside of Gaza, everybody who's around Hamas is also going to die. That's what we're saying. So until they disarm, people are going to die. Women, children, elderly people, handicapped people, everyone's going to die until Hamas disarms. It's that simple.
If I label you as Hamas, right? Like, let's just say in a fantastic
No, I didn't
world,
say you. I said if you're standing next to Hamas,
I am the
you don't have
Jewish
to be labeled.
overlord,
You don't
and I
have
just
to
say,
be
hey,
labeled.
you're a fucking Hamas mate. So,
That's it.
What's going to happen then?
You'll die.
I don't know, man. You're talking about a worldview that is just unilaterally unattractive
happening
to
right
anyone.
now as we speak.
I personally don't believe in no fucking chosen people.
You think. You do not. You're not in the military. Oh.
It filters
what are you talking about?
your interactions. I'm just saying, if you're around a lot of people that you feel are just not registering logic or reason, just ask them.
The thing is, the thing is, Illumi, that even if
repetitively punish, you don't have to exile.
Even that's not the point. The point is that as long as they give me a mic and I have an opportunity to tell the truth, I will. Because that's the most important thing. We must not allow them to perpetuate and allow their false narrative to take root. And over my dead body, will they ever get
I'm
to
down.
say...
We're all agreeing, but what is your methodology to actually make this actually happen?
Illumi, at the end of the day, we're going to have to get justice if we're going to ever have peace. In order to get justice, one of the first things that will have to happen is acknowledgement. In order for that acknowledgement to happen, I'm going to make sure very well that I have all the proof that I need, that they were told in real time what was happening, and they ignored it, and they have to be accountable for that.
Can I answer this?
So there's a method to my madness, whether you think it's emotional or not.
You know what, Jake? Actually, this
the
might be
accountability that they might have to face is something that you yourself, unfortunately, in like you just experienced in a minor way when you.
Hello out there. Where's that Tampa? Tampa.
Name this room, CM. Welcome to Iran War Now, CM. AKA name this clubhouse room.
You want the green bean?
Put your guess in the chat.
Is my phone breaking?
You're going to get about 10 to 30 seconds of each room, and then you tell me which room it is and who's speaking. Next room, here we go.
Well, on maybe. I don't know. Anyone else? Does it maybe do it for you guys? Maybe not.
No guess?
All right, well.
Name this clown house user.
Don't make me feel better.
Oh, kiss and pat a couple for me, please.
No, they're going to get kicked. With steel-toed boots.
Stop it.
Yeah. They've been imbeciles, so... You know, there is an Arabic saying. This is kind of funny. An Arabic saying. I believe it's actually written in the Torah.
It's an Arabic saying written in the Torah.
Version of the Torah is, beat your wife once a day. Because if you don't know what she did, she does. So, yeah.
I know some women who beat their husband.
Women that beat their husbands. Do you know anybody like that, CM?
By the Democrats to be president.
Oh.
He doesn't seem like a crazy person. I'm not against him.
Right, he's not crazy.
I mean, not to be crazy in politics.
Which is why the Democrats won't nominate him.
That's right. That's actually right.
I'm still mad at the Democrats for letting fucking Biden run second.
Name this room. You got 10 to 30 seconds, CM. Go ahead. Name this room!
I'm really trying to have a conversation.
You don't understand. It's a blame shift, brother.
Okay, look. I hear where you coming from. Completely.
But I'm telling you is that the picture you just painted ain't it. It's not it. That's not me. I'm letting you know what the fuck I'm doing.
Damn, he's letting you know what the fuck he doing. Dog. We've expanded operations even more today. More than ever before.
Sometimes these things can be upsetting. It's pointless. There is capital punishment in the eyes of the Creator.
So what about the jihadis that were taking innocent people's lives? Should we also have that same punishment for them?
Yes, if they are taking innocent people's lives, then yes, that's actually, we are against, it violates our Sharia, so there's no such thing as jihadists taking innocent people's lives. So, but there is also casualties of war, but again, we are in no way or shape or form does Islam condone and this is, we have this backed in authoritative statements, so this is deduction. So, yeah, no other religion has this.
Also, I wanted to make a statement that we have been condemning jihadists, ISIS.
Well, we don't condemn jihadists, we condemn terrorists who target innocent.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Wait.
I'm not finished. But what I've seen on the other side is that not a lot of Jews are condoning, are saying this is wrong. What is happening in the West Bank, especially right now, what's happening in the West Bank as we speak, the fucking genocide that happened. I'm not finished. The genocide that literally happened in 4K in our eyes in Gaza Strip, and it was their fault of this and that, and now you guys and a lot of people in Israel are trying to do this thing like, did Palestine even exist? Is it even a territory? This whole gaslighting and erasing history, and this is why people like me and myself, I'm not finished.
Sheikh, shut the fuck up. As if we even showed you, that is gonna register. I promise you it won't register, bro.
Let her finish, bro.
Alright, slow.
My thing was this, I don't understand the pacifist mentality
Was that BB?
By some of these people, because in one instance, they want to condemn the deliberate bombing and targeting of innocent women and children, but yet at the same time, they deem justice would be locking someone up. Yeah, okay, life, but yet they still able to eat, watch TV, have civil rights. Because when you're in prison, you don't lose civil rights. You lose your liberty to be free, but you're still going to eat. You're still going to be able to exercise. You'll still be able to read books. You strip that from innocent people. Why should you not get capital punishment now?
And I agree, and Emrose can't justify that, unfortunately, and she continues to dwindle or spiral in this
you want mercy for your people, but your people did not give mercy to innocent people. It doesn't work that way.
She's holding to a liberal value, against capital punishment.
This is not the way of justice.
I've been trying to explain that to her logically and trying to showcase to her that her ideals are subjective. She cannot impose them on other people. She can feel that this is strongly what should be a human right or a human dignity. But again, there's no way to logically prove this. And so, again, it's pointless to argue.
Well, how do you what they're not understanding, these people have lost their dignity. They forfeited it when they killed innocent women and children.
But I'm saying one emotional appeal is enough. The whole theme is emotional appeals, then just stop debating.
Let Wednesday go, because I'm trying to go.
Where do you want to go?
I wanted to say, hello. Hi, Maud here. I just wanted to say, Assalamu alaikum, Jidden.
How are you Wednesday?
I missed you.
May that be your cue.
Yeah, Shalom Mubarak.
Shalom to you too.
Ramadan Mubarak, Jidden.
Ramadan Mubarak to you too.
Shalom Mubarak, everyone as well.
Sheikh, what's your position? You've been making little comments.
My position?
I don't know who you are.
His position is upside down.
If we can get a position set up where these people stop talking in Arabic and just listen to these kind people.
That's a real world. Do you not see the Quranic system? Do you really want to be like...
Well, I'm a Christian. Check this out.
You are a Christian as much as the Jew is a Muslim.
And you're as Muslim as Muhammad is a prophet.
Oh.
Thank you.
That's the kindest thing you've said. Anybody's ever said.
That's really the most kindest things.
I guess we both can agree. So that's awesome.
So you're a Christian?
Let's see, I can justify my shit, and you'll always be a blabbering slob.
And you have a problem with Christians speaking Arabic?
Not really, but it's the way that certain people use Arabic.
Listen.
We use it as a language.
Wait. We're having a real debate. If you don't want to debate, and if you're trying to joke, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, this is a
If I be telling Sheikh, you're not cute anymore, bro.
He has a profane name written in Arabic too. It's weird, huh?
Yeah, okay, my friend. Yeah, okay.
Alright.
I mean, say it. I've already told them suck my.
Look, I'm kind of rattled by this. I'm sorry, but the idea that justice means executing people is abhorrent to me. I'm sorry. I fully acknowledge the need for justice, but to say that the only way to
أنا ماليش دخل، أنا راح أطلع عن ديني إذا هي بترجع بتحكي لي حاجة emotional. I'm done. You've reached my limit. It's
okay. She could be emotional. That's fine.
I need 3 more hours to give it to you straight. But like,
she's a pacifist, so she's coming at it from that.
No, it has nothing to do with emotion. It's a moral perception. It's a value. Capital punishment. Nobody.
It's your subjective value. Stop putting it up my ass. Stop shoving it up my ass.
But it's not an emotional argument.
It is an emotional argument. So you're saying it's a logical argument.
But I'm sorry.
What the hell?
Isn't it one of the commandments? Thou shalt not murder.
Let her finish.
Who the fuck died and gave you the right to kill people?
Can you go figure out your ethics first, Rose?
Yes, I don't believe you can kill people.
No, I actually think like an academic system of ethics.
Well, she is coming at it from a pacifist, though.
She's coming from an idea. Edward, she's coming from an idea. Pacifist is an idea. It's a.
Yeah, no, I'm saying she is coming at it from a perspective.
Can we just settle this? And Rose will say what she wants. She'll land her plane, and then Cynic will go.
I interrupted.
I'm sorry, but I think there are.
No need to continue to like.
And you don't need to make them because the U.S. is full of legal analysis, moral analysis, ethical analysis of why capital punishment is wrong. There are theological arguments against it, and personally, I agree with all of them. Capital punishment is never okay. And the idea that the only way to achieve justice is by executing people is horrifying.
Okay, when someone comes and executes your family members and you still feel that way, then I'll take your opinion into consideration. But until then, with all due respect, that is a subjective ideal. That is not something that you could prove logically that we need to hold to.
When I was 10 years old for the first time, I saw a bus bomb. I still don't believe they should be killed because of that.
We're talking murder here.
Well, I mean, these people are going to get killed, so it's not like you're scared.
Resistance thinks that justice. I said that justice means that that anybody that was part of the IDF, even if it's a cook, then it has to face a judge. If it was a cook doing the genocide, then it has to serve a week or a month in jail. If you were a sniper, then you get life without parole. But that is justice. And resistance said that he thinks the only way is by executing them.
And hold on,
resistance is correct. There needs to be a deterrence established, and we need to make an example. If our prophet made an example of the Jews who committed treason in Medina, then we are no better than the example of our prophet. If the prophet did this, then we will do it if we decide to do so.
Do you understand how insane you sound?
No, I'm being logically consistent.
No, you're actually being anything but logical.
Go to ChatGPT and ask that question.
Hold on. Why is it your ideology, your pacifism, and your, like you said, you appreciate what America has done, your Western value and view of capital punishment is, why do you believe that that is superior to what God's law is? You see, because I'm coming at it in the aspect of what the Creator deems
for the state of the union to.
What if I don't believe in the same?
So how has that made more sense than what I'm saying? Dude, your ideal is subjective. Hey, if these
idea is not superior to God, that's my point.
Okay, if that's your point, then why not just support what I'm saying?
And your religious idea
But you're just saying the same
is
thing.
not superior to my religious ideas, which is why we don't have. Which is why.
Rose, do you use AI for God's sake? Just use it once.
Based on religious narratives, because we don't share them. So we came up with a system that everybody.
That's your belief. That's your belief. Stop imposing your framework as the absolute truth. It is not. Just respect that. I am not imposing on you Islam right now, even though I believe it to be the absolute truth. No, but it's not about that. It's about recognizing that you are privileging yourself, and you continue to refuse to do that, even though I've proven it to you logically.
What are you talking about? You are not making any sense. This, especially, even though this could be applied to Israel, Palestine, the occupation, generally speaking, the idea of capital punishment is wrong. Period. I'm sorry, and this is
okay. You continue. We heard you. None of us are
What is the
God.
problem? What are you objecting to?
I'm objecting to the constant repetition of expressing your opinion and then telling us we must accept this even though there is no logical necessity for us to accept this.
I didn't say you must, but I called you out on it because I think it's wrong.
Okay, so you think our God is wrong, Ambrose.
That's fine.
Duly
You get
noted.
to have that, but I get to say the opposite.
And that's fine, and I respect it.
And we respect that. That's fine. But that's where it stops.
That's your view, but that's it. Exactly. I believe that
that's subjective, and we agree to differ.
And I also believe that the people in Israel, the ones who support the Israeli government, the genocide, the apartheid, the occupation, I believe those people need to go through a catastrophic.
No, there needs to be justice. You just said it. Justice.
What is justice to you?
Divine justice. And accordance to the Torah, and according to their own law, as our prophet ruled. As our prophet ruled. Resistance has to give you the same answer.
What is justice to you? What does it mean in practice?
Justice to me is that the Israeli government and every idea. Everyone, I don't care, even anyone who serves in the idea, anyone that supports the Israeli.
Father God, man.
All must be executed. They all must go to stand trial.
You're talking about killing millions.
They kill millions.
You shouldn't. Who told you to come to the Muslim Holy Land and kill a lot of Muslims? Yes, this is the
point. Guys, come on.
We decide to execute your male fighting population. It is our right to do so. And we're going to make an example out of it.
Hold on. Somebody said no emotions, right?
Innocent millions.
Resistance. Hold on 1 second.
These people that I'm talking about aren't innocent.
So when from the Islamic paradigm, we don't just prescribe capital punishment to whoever we want.
You don't have to explain that to me when you know these people.
I'm talking to Emerald. I'm talking to Emerald. I'm talking to Emerald.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Emerald, so when it comes to the Islamic paradigm, we don't prescribe the death penalty just because we want to, and to whomever we choose, or because we're angry or we want retribution. It is in very specific circumstances where the crime is grave enough that it affects society and has the potential to disrupt and cause a dangerous situation to other people if the person is not executed. And it's a very high bar to be able to cross. So it's not like it's done or prescribed. As a matter of fact, a lot of scholars believe that judges need to find ways around capital punishment, meaning other ways of punishing, and that would be the last resort. So it's not a first resort punishment in Islam, and it does come with due process.
Again, we don't have to sit there and justify our moral system because, again, she cannot provide.
Well, it's not justification; it's teaching.
Nor does she even know what ethics she prescribes. She doesn't know she's a consequentialist. She doesn't show she's a.
That even if that is the process,
virtue.
That's the due process. She doesn't believe that should be the ultimate outcome.
We heard that. Bro, y'all gonna drive me crazy, man. What am I special?
I've been this crazy for like 3 years, so don't worry about it.
I'm driving like I educated you guys. You should be thanking God, Muhammad, and me in the single digits.
That's okay.
No,
come on.
I only thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Like seriously, if it wasn't for Baldwin or Alhamdulillah or me, you guys would be getting spanked by Zionists left and right.
Oh, not me.
I highly doubt that.
I'm undefeated when it's
Are you fucking kidding me, Edward?
I've been debating and destroying Zionists long before I met you.
All right, man. You're part of the club. I got you. Even though, again,
there's no club.
They overwhelm you and they try to break your niceness thing. And you're, I've seen that. Remember the days that what's his name? What's that fucker Australian guy's name? Rohan. He used to take you behind the Zionist bathrooms, and they were all ganged up on.
You are making shit up. You're disgusting. And what happened to Ramadan?
That was
what happened to Ramadan? Oh, it doesn't exist for you anymore. All of a sudden.
Using an analogy that is common, it's not a crude statement. Like,
it's a disgusting crude statement, and it's a lie. You just lied.
It's a speech that is commonly known.
No, you made a vulgar statement about me. Homosexual statement, and you lied. And earlier you talked about Ramadan.
I was triggering.
You talked about Ramadan. So you're hypocritical too.
Okay, gentlemen. Okay. I'm sorry for both of you. I'm sorry, Edward. I'm sorry, Cynic. I said sorry to both of you. Please.
I'm just waiting on the AI, man. Can't wait till they integrate that. And that shit starts like scoring. It will be so gamified then, and we don't have to do these fucking pedantic, subjective tango.
And then we could thank you and the Prophet and God all in the same sentence.
I don't need your appeasement. At that point, I just need the game theory.
All right. Resetting the room.
Look, just get me my computer. That's all I care about.
Is Iran going to kick Israel's ass? What do you guys think? Any opposition?
Well, I know they had they just had more talks today. I don't know what the outcome has been. They haven't really reported on it, but they've been talking all day today with both of them.
This is the second round they had today?
Today's the third round.
Also, I would like to add, like, you for those Zionists or Jews that live in Israel.
Rio, I thought you wanted to come up.
Y'all not hearing me, or is this like?
We hear you Wednesday.
Oh my God! I was saying Rio wanted to come up earlier, so I'm asking him if he wanted to come up.
Okay, thank you. Do you guys don't feel like y'all being like played with? Like, if the United States decide to go to war with Iran,
American lives. Yes, soldiers will be affected, but not as civilians, right? You guys will be more affected, and the surrounding Middle Eastern countries. Shouldn't you be fearful of Iran? I mean,
Wednesday, can I ask a clarifying question? When you say you guys, are you referring to
according to their own law, as our prophet ruled.
Resistance.
As our prophet ruled.
I'm referring more to that. Because I think.
Which is really just our phones. So everybody is talking about some kind of software on their phones. This is how fucking stupid people are. Actual mail is the ultimate.
And even if the United States does decide to attack Iran, America has to return.
Hey, idea is not superior to God. That's my point.
I know Wednesday, but as an Iranian, I'll tell you. But the scenario that I fear is that because this is the first time that openly the military attacks.
Idea is not superior to God.
I fear that Iran.
Okay, if that's your point, then why not just support what I'm saying?
But
you're just saying the same thing.
Attacks like they've done in the past, where they attacked the U.S. base in Iraq or in Qatar. Those times it was staged. They were given. The Islamic Republic gave America prior notice to move their servicemen so that they're not killed, so that the war doesn't escalate. Okay, but if they feel like you're going for regime change, you're trying to kill the Ayatollah
in the single digits
and uproot the regime, then they're going to feel like they have nothing to lose. So then why not kill U.S. servicemen? Okay, that happens. What do you think America's response will be? It's going to be a nightmare.
Me in the single digits.
And that is the scenario that I'm scared of. That type of rapid escalation.
Like, seriously, if it wasn't for or me, you guys
is very frightening.
But you know what's going to happen. A lot of people
Of course. I don't see any other scenario. And by the way, Wednesday, I don't want to speak. Wednesday, I don't want to speak for M. Rose, but she's Israeli. Let her come up and tell her how she feels about this. I think I know, but I want her to.
Well, I did. Well, she was here.
M. Rose is in the office. Come up and tell. I don't want to speak for her, but I'm pretty sure she's not for the attacks either, because of the consequences of. I mean, Iran's attacks last time on Israel. It was more
She's
to show
upset about the justice that we believe as Muslims should happen to anyone who committed those war crimes. And once they get their due process,
the Iranian regime is getting very close to falling. It seems like there's
ideology on what should take place. She believes these people should be given their lives, to live, whether for a short time in prison or for life. She doesn't believe in capital punishment, which is absurd when these people have committed war crimes.
Okay. Resistance, are you American? I'm just curious.
Yes, I am. Of course I'm American.
Okay. So do you think that U.S. soldiers who have done war crimes should also be subject to capital punishment?
Everyone that did, for example, Afghanistan, every soldier that took place in Iraq, every soldier that did all those disgusting acts in Abu Ghraib, all of them should have faced capital punishment. All of them should have been tried at The Hague, and all of them should have faced the noose. The same way they love putting the Muslims on nooses, like Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi. Why is it good for the Arabs to get capital punishment, but not the Americans and the Israelis? I would love to know this.
So that's a theory. How would it be implemented, though?
What do you mean it's a theory?
He said a theory. That happened.
He's asking the question.
No.
He asked the question.
You understood me, Edward. Calm your tits. Not the theory of the Muslims or Arabs getting killed. I'm talking about how are you going to enforce that for American soldiers getting killed? How are you going to enforce that? Like, you're saying it should happen, but how do you make it happen in reality?
He just asked you a question.
though. You're talking about how to implement, and he asked you the question as to why shouldn't it be. So, do you believe it should be or shouldn't be?
I think the soldier. Listen, if the soldiers are acting under the rule of their command, it has to be.
I was thrilled, actually. I was moved.
The order should be responsible. Now, if
they didn't do that to the Germans in World War II. They didn't do that to them. So once again, why is it good for everyone else, but not for the Americans and the Israelis?
I think it sounds like he's agreeing with you, just in a way.
When the Nazis are being hunted in Argentina, when they're like in their 80s and 90s because they served out orders, I don't think that was right either. I think
once again, I'm not basing this on what you believe is right or wrong. It's irrelevant to me. I simply asked the same question, and he asked you the same thing. He reiterated for me. Why is it when these things were done to Muslims or to other peoples of different nations, why is that standard not applicable to Americans and Israelis?
Yeah, they
commit war crimes.
Hold on, but
their idea is not superior to God. That's my point.
They didn't catch every single person. That's why.
No,
if they could have.
There were plenty of people. No, that's not true. There were plenty of people that were part of the Ba'athist regime, that were part of the old Iraqi army that went into Kuwait and all of that stuff, and the Iran and everything, right? That weren't tried. That were just let go. Similarly with the Nazis,
because they didn't commit war crimes. The Nazis were, though.
No, they did commit war crimes, or they were partaking in war crimes to a certain extent, or they were supporters for people who did commit war crimes. Even the Nazis, even the Japanese, same thing. Many prominent Nazis were actually let go as a result of the Nuremberg trials and went on to leading normal lives. Many prominent Nazis served
you can go back and read the original congressional notes when they were passing this legislation.
Well, then they didn't administer justice properly. They're hypocrites.
But
if you're pointing to that as a standard,
I'm pointing that as a standard. They all should have got capital.
I want to ask Benny.
Do you think every single Nazi should have been sentenced to death?
Absolutely.
Hold on. Benny, do you agree though, and I want to get your opinion on this, that the Nazis, so when it comes to, for example, the Palestinians, the Syrians, I'll just use the Palestinians because it's not my, Palestinians are punished by death. I mean that's in the West Bank, obviously the genocide, but in the West Bank alone, you're allowed to kill a Palestinian without a trial.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Now, are you saying that the Nazis had they had it? I mean, the West implemented a justice system or due process when it comes to the Nazis?
Yeah, it's called the Nuremberg trials.
Okay, and a lot of them were not killed, or were not.
Because there's a lot of them were not killed. A lot of them were placed in prison for a period of time, depending on the extent of their crimes. And it's not just alleged crimes; it's crimes that you can prove happened, right? So there's evidence. They were all given lawyers, right? They all had a right to an attorney. There are a few exceptions to this, but I don't want to touch on the exceptions. I want to look at the general, right, rule of law, the general architecture of the justice system, right? And it was the same, by the way, for the Imperial Japanese. There was I think it was called Tokyo trials.
So the Japanese and the Nazis had more due process than the Palestinians?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I want to say something.
No, I'm not. If you think I'm defending, what settlers do in the West Bank, absolutely. That's not what I'm advocating for at all.
No.
What was done in the Nuremberg trials was fair.
Yeah, I was not thinking you would say anything different. I just wanted it out there, somebody to say it except me. And
can I say something? And now the difference between, because I don't know the laws or the bylaws of the militaries, for example, the Germans or the Japanese, but I do know about the American ones. And what I do know is that an American soldier can refuse to carry out war crimes. So if you're in the U.S. military as a soldier, I don't care if you have 5-star generals, the commander-in-chief, if they order you to do something that you know is a war crime and you carry it out, you should face justice and
Resistance.
get capital punishment.
Resistance. Resistance.
That's why we have laws. Hold on,
Resistance.
Emerald, so I can land. Hold on. So that is the difference. We actually have military laws. So even if you're a common soldier, if you carry out a war crime, just because a superior tells you to do it, you are guilty.
So
and
resistance.
Resistance,
I have a question. 2 questions, actually. First of all, regarding what you just said, and please don't answer, wait for me to ask the second question. My first question, regarding what you said, I'm sorry, did I somehow miss the executions of all the U.S. personnel that served in Abu Ghraib? Did that somehow evade me? Did they all get capital punishment? I don't see you protesting the streets about that. Second of all, if you want to execute millions, could you kindly explain to me in what practical way do you plan to do this? Is there a system, like a design system that you want to do specifically that will make it efficient to exterminate millions of people? Have you thought about the actual pragmatics of that and what that means?
Yes.
You just want people to start shooting.
I don't think you heard what I said before. Because they asked you that same question. Yes, the people that did those horrific war crimes in Abu Ghraib should have all faced the death penalty. Every last one of them. And how do you do it? Since America loves putting people on death row until their day of death, that's how they would do it. You put them in military prisons until their day comes to where they face execution.
Again, how are you going to incarcerate millions?
The same way they incarcerate millions in America. You lock them up and you put them in a prison.
How? How do you build a prison that is big enough to accommodate millions that you eventually
They're gonna build multiple facilities the same way they have here in America. They house
facilities. What will they be doing?
They house millions. They house millions of people in America now.
What will they be doing in those facilities?
Sitting in death row.
Okay, and what will
Death Row Records.
A concentration of people on death row. So effectively, you're suggesting concentration and extermination camps. Sounds familiar?
It's not execution of innocent people. You see, that's the concept you're not getting. So I think you need to take your disgusting words back. See, and this is the problem with you. You try to make
idiot.
Look, you see this, and then when I curse her out and I call her out her name, I'm wrong. This is the mindset of these disgusting Jews.
There we go.
They try to put everything like the Holocaust. This is not the Holocaust. Those people that were executed during the Holocaust were innocent. These people are not innocent. Do you not understand that? What concept do you not understand about that? These are not innocent people getting put to death. These are criminals.
You just suggested.
That is the difference. I am suggesting that criminals that committed war crimes and that killed innocent men, women, and children should be executed. Absolutely. You see, so that's the type of disgusting Jew that you are, because you tried to put everything in the framework of what happened to the fucking Jews, and it don't work that way.
That's not how you go through.
No. I didn't hear any of you say M. Rose don't be hypocrites.
What do you mean?
She was just insulting me.
Yeah, she cussed him out first. What are you talking
I
about?
don't care. She insulted me and called me out my name. So now I'm gonna talk to her the way she needs to be talked to. Because she's acting like an animal.
You don't have to mention that she's
Jewish. She never said anything about you being Muslim.
But she is Jewish. Who cares?
But she never said anything about you being Muslim. So
no, but she spoke.
It's actually very
But she spoke about the Holocaust once again, and then she tries to conflate war criminals to innocent victims. This is how demented she is, and that comes from her fucking background as an Israeli.
Ambrose, I have a question.
How
So
can you
Ambrose,
conflate people who slaughtered women, children, elderly, compared to to people who targetedly, deliberately killed people? How is that the same?
Let me just add in, brother. I think Edward is right when it comes to Rose. She's a passive. Like if you
No,
were to
she's
give
a
her
Nazi is what she is.
Wait, don't say that. Come on, that's not nice. If you were to give her more question of like, if somebody were to murder for me, if somebody were to murder my son, yes, I will murder them. I will.
But Wednesday, why do we have to give that example? We have a live example. Does Emerald? But we have a live example for Emerald. Does she have a problem with trying and sentencing to death the Nazis?
No, she doesn't.
So why does she have a problem?
Wait, that's my point.
So why does she have a problem?
She's a disgusting hypocrite.
She didn't answer. We don't know.
Wait, okay, so then my follow-up question would be, if she doesn't have a problem with them, then why does she have a problem with American soldiers being sentenced and tried for their war crimes?
Israelis.
Is it just,
Actually,
or Israelis? Is it just, wait, Benny. Is it just because there's millions of them?
No, actually, she made it pretty clear earlier that she's against capital punishment.
Even for the
Not
Nazis?
against the Nazis, she isn't.
If she's gonna be morally consistent, she would do that.
But that's the point. She's
Because
not.
she said period.
Okay, fine. She said even for the Nazis. Okay, so she's consistent.
She never said that. She never said that.
She just did in the chat.
No, listen. She said earlier that she's against capital
Yeah, she did in the chat, Benny, right? She
Yeah.
did in the chat. So, okay, great. Yeah.
And by the way, like this is not
That ain't my standard. I think the Nazis all should have died for their crimes against innocent people, just like I believe that the Israelis should die for being criminals, just like the Americans.
Resistance, why is it just
I can see how
prison?
Because they took life, sir.
I know, but you're giving them mercy by just killing them, honestly.
And no, you're not, because this is, you gotta understand,
torture them?
my rule
Put them in prison.
I understand what you're saying, sir. That's fine, that's your standard. My standard comes from God. The law of God says man should not take innocent life. And if man or woman take innocent life, they face capital punishment. That is my standard.
But what I'm saying, yeah, that's fine. But I'm just trying to let you see my side of it. Is let them suffer on this earth. Let them suffer on this earth.
Let them suffer
Wait,
the hellfire.
and then they're gonna, since you're a believer, let them get the even worse punishment in hell.
No, they forfeited their right to live when they killed other innocent people. Sorry, doesn't work that way. We are gonna carry out God's laws. That's how it works for me, at least for me.
But God's
God's laws
resistance
supersede
due
every
process.
human laws. And once again,
I
they
don't
commit war
think-
crimes. We put them on trial, and if they are found guilty, capital punishment.
Yeah,
No
if
one
they
says you
commit
just
war
killed them.
crimes.
That's not how
If they commit war
Islamic
crimes.
law works.
That's what I
They're
said.
found guilty
First of all,
doesn't mean
first of all,
automatically they're put to death.
You can't just first of
Yeah,
all,
for certain crimes, yes, there is.
First of all, there has to be a certain standard of evidence, right? So you have to, on a case-by-case basis, bring enough evidence.
Hey, we're
that this
saying we have the
particular
evidence.
person-
We're saying we have the evidence. We have doctors. We have video. We have many different
Yes.
things to show that these people were purposely executing innocent lives.
Yes.
It has to
So
be
on a
individual.
case-by-case
And in
basis,
Islamic
you have to
law,
bring
anyone
evidence
found
against-
guilty of that,
Oh my
it is
God.
capital punishment.
Even
Let
then, no, that's not necessarily the case, right? So you would actually, even under Islamic law, there are people, that are murderers that do not get executed, because it would depend on how the family feels, right? The family of the executed.
Oh, of course. Well, if the
addition to
family
that-
is saying that they want mercy for them, then yes, that is also part of the Islamic law.
So it's not just corporal punishment all around, right?
Yes.
Just
but we
give
should
me
have
the
just
money.
on the trials.
I want the money. Give me the money. Where is my money? Give it to me. Where's my money? Give me my money. Money, 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 money.
People. She wasn't just talking about.
Where is my money? Give it to me.
You were saying anybody who served in the IDF.
No, anyone that's in the IDF who's been that has evidence to
that's
innocent people.
You see, that's not what you were saying earlier.
That is not.
She gave the example of the cook. And he said,
I can't commit no damn war crime. That's why I ignored what you said.
You didn't say no at that point. You said anybody.
Because I'm not listening to nonsense because everyone knows a cook, if they're cooking, what does that have to do with killing people? Innocent people.
Because they're supporting the people that are killing them.
No, they're not. They're in the military.
Yes, they are. They are providing sustenance for those in order to commit war crimes. So that would have.
And they will get the appropriate punishment.
Can you bring up Prince?
And that's what we were trying to say. So if you actually do the due diligence and go through the whole legal process, you're going to end up with a minority of people that you can actually. We're using the Nuremberg trials and the Tokyo
trials. Only tried the officials. They didn't try the soldiers beneath them. They only tried the top officials.
Well, it depends on the severity of the crime that was being alleged.
I'm saying the Nuremberg trials only passed judgment on the officials because they saw that they saw that these people were taking orders, so they should try the people who took orders.
No, you haven't read into the Nuremberg trials.
The majority, yes, the majority were officials.
The reason why. By the way, it was actually taken off the table.
Who cares about the Nuremberg trials? What I'm saying is
because we're using it as a precedent.
Yes, but I'm saying is if
you're gonna let me finish.
Just to the resistance, you said everybody that served in the IDF and supported the Israeli regime, and I told you that's millions. That's what you said.
In addition, if you actually read into the Nuremberg trial, people find I was ordered to do so.
And once again, I just said I will correct what I'm saying. It's very that simple. People who are committing actual war crimes, not common cooks or people who shine boots. Okay?
Never had one lesson.
People who support the Israeli regime.
He just corrected himself.
Just like a lot of things that he says are wrong, he recognizes that that was wrong. Now, if we're going to use the Nuremberg trials as a precedent.
Because I sat here and I was very clear, and he said we need to accommodate them, to house them in camps, right?
I know. I didn't say camps. I said prison.
Where there will be a
I didn't say camps. I said prison. See, now you're changing my words. Now you're lying.
Camps.
No, that's what you're saying. You're saying camps. I said prison. I said prison.
You made the analogy to the camps, Emerald.
You said camps. Because you want to put everything under this Jewish thing. The Holocaust. That's all you reference. Holocaust things.
Places, and I added, yes, where they will concentrate them until
that's not concentrate, that's housing them. Housing them. Housing them.
Yes. How are you going
That's not concentrating them, that's housing them.
Oh, no, it's not concentrating them?
No.
No, what are you doing?
No, because once again, hold on, let me break up. Concentration camps, what concentration camps were, places where they concentrated innocent people for execution. Prisons are housing places where they put alleged criminals.
And
do you not understand what a criminal is?
Every prison in the world, according to Emeralds, is a concentration.
I know. She's I know soldiers who kill innocent women, children, and elderly, and men.
Going to trial them.
What do you mean? Where is going to trial them? Where it is. The world. We're going to have a panel of different people from different nations, so it won't be biased. They're going to present the evidence, and then they're going to rule on these evidences. And whoever is found guilty.
And if that panel of judges decides to
I won't be out, but I wouldn't be okay with it. We would have to respect it because that's what the people have deemed.
I respect that answer.
Hold on. Earlier we were talking about the Islamic law. Now you're saying the whole panel of judges.
Never had one lesson.
Judges will not use Sharia law. They will
That's
use
not what he
secular,
said, Benny. He said
international
this is his belief because he's a Muslim and that's what he thinks should be carried out.
No, but he's also saying that people doing the
I really can't figure out how to play this flute.
international.
These Iranians really know how to play it.
International bodies will not be using Islamic law. They will be using international law. So they will be using the Nuremberg trials and the Tokyo trials as a precedent.
Sure. You want me to be honest with you? If it was,
and he just told you he's fine with it. If that's what happens. Benny, there's a difference between what he thinks should happen.
Now alone. I'll be honest. If it was up to me, the only people that would be on that trial board would be Palestinians and Israelis to see who the real people who really want justice are.
Honestly, I think Ambrose has been pretty consistent, guys. Like, she's just saying what she believes. So, like, you know, if she's a dissenting voice, no need to jump on her. She's an ally to us.
That's why you came up
because I've been waiting for this day.
She's an ally for her way of speaking. I don't find it appealing.
Alright, guys. Alright. Is he in the Matrix?
Yeah, he is.
Doom could go and then Prince goes, alright? Prince to go, then Prince.
So I've been listening, and you know I can understand brother resistance because I'm Muslim as well, but I'm not going to give the classical argument that you typically hear on Clubhouse or social media. I'm going to go another route. So I think the problem that I have when it comes to war crimes and things like that, which is why the UN criticizes Israel, distinct from Judaism. We're not going to make this a religious discussion. My critique is that when you're talking about a right to live, because I've been in places where there were Zionists, hardcore Zionists saying, like, we believe in a two-state solution, we believe in right for Israel to exist. Okay, fine. But also have that same right for Palestinians. But when I look at reports of, like, the IDF destroying a water supply that 98 to 99.9% of the people that are non-combatants depend on, that's not defense, that's offensive. You should be punished for that, because what you're doing is you are contaminating the water supply of non-combatants. So what if they support, whatever, but the thing is that they're not holding guns, they're not pointing rifles at you. What they do is that maybe they're pissed off people. That happens. When a hotel or a housing complex is bombed and a father has to pull his child out the rubble, but he's poor and all this and that, you have to understand that breeds hate. I don't mean to sound like a Jedi or a Master Yoda, but it's like that brings hate. Hate leads to anger. Anger leads to suffering, or I'm kind of spinning that around. But my point is that I think for those who support of the Israeli government have to understand the hatred that some of these poor people have, because they don't have no hope, they don't have no education, they are very limited in resources. What do you expect them to do? If someone says, hey, Fleming or Mr. Doom, by the way, if you do this, if you bomb this Israeli complex, God will give you paradise and surround you with a surplus full of things. That might sound like a good idea. That's a sweet deal for the average poor person, because I have no hope. I have nothing. But for someone that says, well, the Palestinians need to understand our plight, it's like, no, this is not a one-sided argument. You need to understand there are people that are suffering on the other side as well. So I can understand Mr. Resistance' point of view. That's all I wanted to say, and I'll crash slam my jet.
Respect, bro.
My takeaway is now I understand fully why the.
It's not your turn. It's Prince's turn.
Okay, Boricua.
Thank you. Okay. What really matters in this conversation is who have the power. When your mic is shut, bro.
Yeah, word, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, man. Do you hear me now? Yeah, that's better. We can also hear the background noise. I'm at the gym. Is it super bad? Yeah, you're in a club, man. I'm at the gym. Yeah. Can you hear me or should I say this? We can hear you, but we can also hear everything in the background.
Yeah, but we could. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, so the real question here is who has the power. When the Western Allies had the power, the Americans had the power over their mainland. They put the Japanese in a German camp, and it was used to be normally fine. Later, not so much. That's fine. When the Allies won the war, they did Nuremberg trials, not based on any legal precedents in the past. They made it up as they went. For a virtuous justice cause, sure, but there was no legal standing. Anybody who looks at the proceedings of both the Turkey trials and the Nuremberg trials know there was no legal foundation for the trials against the Nazi leaders and the Japanese imperial leaders. I'm saying this to say, when it comes to Palestine, we should be punished. It matters who has the power. Now, if the dynamics of this world continues at the time of Palestinian liberation, then we'll have to comply by international norms that are sometimes used and sometimes not used, dependent on how superpowers, dependent on the interest of the superpowers. And we're no different than that. So spare me the hypocrisy. We're no different. The United States went into war, invaded Iraq, and resulted in over 1 million dead people with the existence of international. It did it because it has the power. Now, I'm saying this to say, if we have the power, I don't give two shits about international law that doesn't protect people just because on the basis of interest of nation states that have power. So it doesn't matter. You can take your international law and shove it up your ass. It didn't save the million Iraqis, didn't save the Afghans, didn't save the Somalis, didn't save the Gazans, didn't save the West Bankers, right? Didn't save the Lebanese. According to Islamic
machine, man, someone's waiting their turn.
According to shut the fuck up. According to Islamic laws, every single individual who aided and abetted, I don't give a shit if he was a cleaner in the army, we have the right to take the life. That is according to our Islamic teaching. Now, whether or not we take the life is up to the Islamic court and the ruler. But the justification for exacting the capital punishment on them is there by God. So that is my position. If we have the power, we can take out every single capable combatant who, from your paradigm, would be considered not combatant.
Prince AJ. Yeah, my takeaway from this room is that now I understand full well why the Umayyads cautioned against converting non-Arabs did.
Anyway, we can move on.
That was racist.
Really? You just want to move on from that?
I mean, we know it's racist. We know it's racist, and we know it's ghoul.
You're right. You're right.
Don't tell me that.
It's like a flea. You can't get rid of him.
This is history. It's what the Umayyads did.
He is like a flea.
We can move on. True. Next.
Move on? Really? This is just normal?
What's the problem with what he said? I don't get it. Maybe I misunderstood.
We have genocidal Isaiah comments and crazy stuff.
That's not normal either.
Yeah, Black Rabbi talks about killing
That's not normal either. I don't understand. I literally wrote it today.
Yeah, but you can't compare what I just said to what these people say.
Yeah, but what I'm proposing is very reasonable, away from the theological argument.
Oh, she's talking about Prince.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Anybody helping in the sustainability of the enemy army is a target, is a legitimate target.
cleaner, cook, nurse, doctor, I don't care. Legitimate target. From a non-theological perspective, I can make this argument as an atheist.
Bro, let the women speak. I'm tired of hearing these guys talk.
Well, why don't you speak? You're a woman.
Never mind, I'm not gonna say what I wanted to say. It's okay, I'll just be the bigger man. What's wrong with
Whoa, I didn't realize how many people are in the room. Sorry, I was feeding on the...
Yeah, we should just churn up the numbers so this way we take all of Amir's audience.
I just want to be very clear. I have many Muslim friends from many sects. I've never heard anybody evoking that type of a Muslim narrative. Like, very, very
Because they don't know, or they're not honest with you.
definitely not
It is, go look it up.
a representative of what I know.
Wait, what are you talking about, Emerald? Which part?
The ones you know are probably liberal, and their opinions don't matter. What matters is...
Wait, Prince, which part, Emerald? Which part? Can you say?
You know which part.
No, I don't. I think I missed some of your shit, man. You need a new phone or a new mic. I don't know. Start a GoFundMe, Prince. I can't hear you. Just shut up. Emerald.
Everybody.
What part do you think is like the extreme part?
Sharia law?
Yeah, what? What about it? What did he say?
I don't know many Muslims that want to live under in a state that doesn't separate church and state. Even if they are devout
there are a lot of
Muslims. Okay, well, from my experience...
Wait, Emerald, you were having a whole conversation with Cynic last night.
But by the way, that's not true. You can look up Gallup and Pew Research over...
Guys, let her finish her point.
She did. You don't.
She didn't. You literally cut her off.
I didn't.
Before in the past few years, I've had the opportunity, because even if I did engage with Palestinians in the past, I didn't have the opportunity to engage with so many people from the region before in such an intense manner. And the one thing I have learned that is very, very consistent, people are conservative, but the majority of them recognize the fact that that doesn't mean that that has to be an inherent part of the sovereign country. And most of them are actually against it, which is beautiful. And that's the type of I respect faith. I don't respect institutionalized religion. And at least my experience, and from my Egyptian friend to my Yemeni friends, Pakistanis, one of my best friends is Yemeni. Pakistanis, even if they are conservative, and some of them are, and some of them more liberal, not many would advocate for a state that is inherently religious.
So, Ambrose, I think you have to separate two things. Wait.
She supported Hugo Chavez. She supports the Soviet Union.
Guys, I asked her a question. Let me respond to her. Ambrose, I think you have to separate two things. Advocating or like being like, as a Muslim, I'm not gonna live in a country that doesn't have Sharia law is one thing. And if it happened to be a country where they do start Sharia law, accepting it and living there is another thing. I think maybe the pool of Muslims that you've spoken to might not be representative, but I could easily say the majority of Muslims would be happy if their country actually practiced Sharia. Sharia law in its entirety and in its proper form is one major thing. Proper Sharia law.
Okay, so wait a second.
I agree that it's not your experience with the Muslims you've spoken to, but I really don't think it's representative.
Your experience is anecdotal. Look up the numbers. There are Pew Research Gallup numbers from over a decade. The Palestinian Authority. Bro, can you shut up? What are you doing? What's wrong with you? Stop with the stupid comments, bro. According to the Palestinian Authority in 2017, 85% were polled on Palestinian personal status law.
and they claim it must be based on the principles of Islamic Sharia. The Palestinian Authority released a draft constitution recently, and in it says Islam is the religion of Palestine, and Sharia law is the main source of legislation. That reflects what the people want, and you can look across the region. The extreme majority of Muslims in the region, from Egypt to Syria to Jordan, the extreme majority want the implementation of Sharia law and governance.
And Rose, a lot of Muslims believe that Sharia law is the best thing ever.
I mean, take it from me. I live right across the river from the Caliphate, New York City,
And like to them, it's the most fair, most just, and no other.
No bullfighting.
It's not Abdul. That's not.
So I mean, Sharia law hasn't really been practiced appropriatly.
That's not
for a long time.
And Hassan, you just
Well, I mean, what basis do you say appropriate?
I don't know. I think Afghanistan did a pretty good job.
And fist yourself and get in the core of your being and say to yourself, is it Donald Trump or is it Muhammad?
Benny Adams?
I was just saying that, like, Afghanistan is doing a pretty good job of abiding by Sharia law, and Iran as well, albeit Shia, but there's some differences, like playing large state to abide by the Shia as well. Yeah, those would be the closest nations. Northern Nigeria as well. I mean, so you have some examples to pop up in the modern day age.
No, they're not.
Raises his
okay, this is not serious anymore.
to the country. Condescension.
I don't want to try not to put you down on audience. Can you just behave?
Of pity. Does he do
So Benny Adams knows perfectly well that these are not representations of proper Sharia law.
What do you mean by proper Sharia law?
Do you believe that the majority of Muslims, the majority of the 1.8 Muslims in the world would prefer to live under Sharia law?
Yes, I do. It depends on how you define Sharia law. So I think
Sharia law is Sharia law. We can't have a conversation if we don't know what it is.
Right. Well, you can't say Sharia law is Sharia law.
But what I'm saying is maybe we should ask Ambrose what are some things that she's heard about Sharia law that she thinks is so outlandish. Wait. That Ambrose thinks is so outlandish that the majority of Muslims believe it. Like if you tell me the majority of the world agrees and believes in whatever Zionism, I'd be like, what the fuck? There's so many crazy shit in Zionism.
The thing is that the concept of Sharia law is not what terrifies me, because I think I'm the only person on stage that, or maybe one of the actually lives in a country that has Sharia courts. I'm probably the only one, but
that's not true.
It doesn't separate church and state. I said I didn't say I'm positive about that. So I understand that Sharia law is not this holy union that everybody makes it out to be. But I also understand that the concept of separating church and state is paramount to a peaceful, just, liberal society.
Okay, why?
Sharia law to me, Sharia law is just as bad as the rabbinical law today in Israel. Israel, to me, is just as bad as Iran in that concept of not separating church and state.
But Ambrose, you're using a failed example of applying church and state to be one.
I'm showing you that my aversion to Sharia law is not the fact that it comes from...
No, I understand. It's that you saw an example in your own country, and you're like, how can anybody apply it?
Religion, in my opinion, has no place in a democratic sovereign nation.
Yes, but what I'm trying to tell you is Sharia law. What I'm telling you is Sharia law would never do what Israel is doing.
It doesn't matter, because if you want a country to be a pluralistic country that has equal rights for all,
there are equal rights under Sharia.
But no.
There are.
Zion, no matter how much you... A country that is...
Honestly, you don't even know what you're debating.
country that is based on a single faith or a single religion, no matter how much it tries, will always prioritize that religion.
There is no priority.
Wait.
I don't know how to.
Hold on. Exile. Under Sharia law, right? Whatever can a Muslim woman marry a non-Muslim man?
No, because it's religion.
Great. Okay. Beautiful. So that's a.
If she was non-Muslim, she could.
Yes, I know. That's why I specified. So a woman born to an Islamic family, she was born into it, right? She is not allowed to marry someone who is not Muslim.
No, she's Muslim.
Okay, great. So, not by choice. She's not Muslim by choice. She's Muslim by birth. Right? So, hold on. So, bullshit. This is reality.
Why is a woman?
So this is a premise, right? I chose one of the easiest, most non-controversial examples I can find, right? This is a premise which Emrose would find detestable because she would want a pluralistic, quote-unquote liberal, lowercase l liberal society in which there was more freedom, in which anybody could marry anybody.
Yeah, but that's not true. So for some people, it could be difficult.
As long as they're adults.
Hold on. Simply put, you cannot marry your siblings unless they're difficult. And there are people who have 5 cases for them, or marry their mothers and fathers. Why can't they? Because the liberal society makes a restriction against this, but Sharia makes a restriction. So good luck with that.
So now you're equating,
Yes.
A Muslim woman, right, marrying a Muslim man, a non-Muslim man, sorry, is equivalent to somebody marrying.
No. Nice try.
A Muslim woman is Muslim. She's not gonna marry a non-Muslim.
No, there are plenty of Muslim women who would not
they're not Muslim.
That's true.
Wait, one second.
Not really, no.
Like what?
One second.
What?
Wednesday, can you let Susan up?
Benny, don't shit where you want to win the movie so bad that you go against
Can I
that.
explain something? I don't know. Friends, can you hold on? Can I explain something? I'm going to take what Benny gave as an example and explain how it actually works. Because Israel doesn't separate church and state. That means that issues like marriage, divorce, domestic issues are under the judicial or the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Religion, right? And that means that, for example, a Jew can only marry a Jew because there's no institution, no religious institution that a Jew with a Christian or a Jew with a Muslim, right? So the option simply doesn't exist because the people who are in charge of that aspect of your life are not people who it doesn't exist. So
A non-Jew can marry a non-Jew. Just let her leave Judaism if she wants to marry. If she wants to marry a non-Jew, let her leave Judaism.
Zio, the point is that it can't do it within the state. The idea of marriage is restricted to religious marriage only. And that's just a minor example. The concept of not separating church and state, to me,
It's a dumb example because liberal societies place restrictions on people no matter what. No, this is the atheist.
Let me finish. I have no problem with Sharia law or rabbinical courts existing in communities and people individually choosing to opt to take their cases under their jurisdiction. It's a personal choice. That's fine. But when it becomes the only
you're going down the this dangerous point. It's not. What I'm telling you is it's not. Rose, listen to me. This might be the only option in Israel. I don't know. What I'm telling you is under Sharia law, non-Muslims get married and do their family affairs and do their inheritance and do all these things according to their own religious laws. So if you're not a man, you want to get married, you're going to get married in the church or whatever.
And do you think the church will allow to Christian with a Muslim? That's the whole point.
That's what I'm telling you. If a Muslim girl wants to marry a non-Muslim guy, let her leave. Let her leave the religion. If she's not happy with the rules of that religion,
it's not about leaving the religion. It's about the state not providing an option.
It doesn't matter.
There is an option. I just told you. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't the Christians under Islam and Sharia laws at the time of the Prophet get married according to their own religious laws?
Yes, they did.
What's the problem?
Hold on. You don't understand the problem.
Hold on. There is no problem. There is no problem. All societies place restrictions. Not every.
Yes, there are going to be restrictions. Yes, there are going to be restrictions. I'm not denying that there's going to be restrictions. I understand what you're going to say. Don't take a long time in answering. Listen, the restrictions that are going to be placed around the institution of marriage, for example, let me explain to you. Let me explain to you because I know where you're going with this.
And then Prince, don't take a long time answering.
Listen, the restrictions are going to be placed under the.
Is your name Prince?
Oh, you said Prince first? Okay, go.
Okay, there are restrictions in all societies, no matter what, and you can never please everyone. If this is given society the power of these modern liberal states, they're governed by the authority of the people. The people, by majority in the democratic state, wishes to be governed in this fashion. It's the end of story. Don't put your minority, liberal, supremacist views on the entire population. That's what people like Ambrose love to do. We don't give a shit. We wish to be governed. We wish to be governed in such a manner. We will be governed in such a manner. That's it.
Okay, great. So, obviously there will be restrictions around institutions. The difference is where those restrictions come from. Now, in the case of a secular democratic state, it is the people who impose these restrictions through a democratic process. And these restrictions can be changed over time. Take the age of marriage, for example. Once upon a time, it was 16 and 15. Now it is 18 in many states. Some places keep it at 16. Whatever it is. I'm not saying that there's going to be no restrictions whatsoever. It's that how you come to these restrictions, how you come to how the law is different. In your respect, or from your standpoint, there are certain things that can never be changed whatsoever. Because it is God's law. It is a divine law. You cannot change God's law.
It's a divine law that's applied to the people who believe in that divine creator. That's it.
We should also
no, because in the cases of, for example, someone who is born to a Muslim family, there are also, in certain cases, not necessarily always, but in certain cases, there are apostasy laws. So you can't leave.
But yeah, we should also make it clear here too that unlike Christianity, and not to pin two religions against each other, I don't do that. But in Islam, there is a legal system that's built into Islam and a way of governance. So
that's what
governing and a legal system.
Yeah, what we're advocating for is a secular democratic system.
Let him finish.
Let me just land. It'll be very quick. There isn't just one way. It depends on the school of thought in Islam. So there isn't just one type of government. There's one set of laws or legal system, yes. But the government structure and how those laws are applied and you know, the representation of the people, that's all dependent on, you know, what type of nation Muslims decide to set up. So you can't, there's no one size fits all when it comes to Islam, except for the legal body.
I intentionally chose an example. I intentionally chose an example that is universal in Islam. That a Muslim woman cannot get married to a non-Muslim man.
Yes, he's a Muslim again, but she's a Muslim woman. She's not going to want to get married to a non-Muslim man. That's it.
Say something.
Fringe minority.
Wait, but let's assume she wants. I just want to add something quickly before that. Like everybody, not only in Clubhouse, we love to talk about Sharia law and like nitpick the challenges in it. And we leave the bigger picture. Okay, let's look at America, طبعا. Some states are secular states, and everybody like, I'm a Muslim, I can marry a Christian girl. My sister, if she lives in California, she can marry who the hell she wants in the, let's say, San Francisco court. Okay? But then let's look at the society. Put Sharia aside, and let's take a white Southern girl from America who's Christian. With her family, let her marry a brown woman from Pakistan or Afghanistan or Palestine. No, she will go against them. Okay, let's look at Arabs in a secular state, any Arab secular state. Imagine, hypothetically speaking, Arabs suddenly decided, hey, we want to become secular. Let's separate Sharia from all the laws that we have. No family on planet Earth who's Arab will allow a Christian girl to marry a Muslim guy or vice versa.
Even if there's secular Iraq and Syria, that wasn't allowed.
It's the family, it's culture, it's not the religion, it's not Sharia. Like Amrose, what's your religion, if I may ask?
I'm Jewish.
Okay. Yeah. Do you think your grandfather would be fine with you marrying a German Christian area?
Whether her family is permitting it, it's irrelevant. Yeah, it's completely irrelevant because we're talking about the rules of the state.
Well, hold on. My father would have not had no issues with it.
You see, Susan, never ask a question if you don't know the answer. Look, here's the thing. There are what gives the states the freedom to prevent me from making business with Russia, China, or Iran? Where's my liberal freedom? What makes the state prevent me from certain speech? It's the same thing. There are restrictions everywhere. Accept it. You just don't like it because it's Islam.
We're not saying there's no restriction.
Yeah. But you don't want this restriction. You don't want this restriction. You don't want the Islamic restriction because you're an Islamophobe. You are an Islamophobe.
Guys, one by one.
Are you done? An anti-Semite, okay? Listen, nobody here is advocating for anarchy. What we are saying is we want a system of rules and laws in accordance with the will of the people.
So live in a country that doesn't have Sharia law.
The will of the people is the will of the people. We are a hypocrite. We are a hypocrite. The will of the people is Sharia.
Prince, wait.
What if that will change?
Prince.
Good rights.
Benny Adam. What do you care if a bunch of Muslims rounded themselves up, went to a country, and established their law with Sharia law? شو دخلك? Don't live there. You're not even Muslim.
You mean like Zionism?
What do you? It's not like Zionism.
What do you think happened to the people living there?
What?
What do you think happened to the people that were living there before these Muslims?
I didn't mean like they're gonna displace people. I'm saying now, for example, I live in Kuwait. If the whole country decided we want to be fully, 100% Sharia law, what the fuck do you care? What do you want?
Okay, listen, that's fine.
That's what we're saying. Did we ever say we're gonna go conquer a country and force the inhabitants to be under us like Zionism?
But hold on. But not all people living there, right?
It doesn't matter. Not all people
Wait,
you fucking hypocrite. You're full of shit.
Let him finish. What? Not all people want
there. Because the majority of Israelis believe that it's okay to genocide and ethnically cleanse Palestinians doesn't make it legit.
Yes, and where is the genocide or ethnic cleansing that's happening in Sharia law?
That's not the point. You spoke about.
Listen, you're traumatized by your ethnocratic state, and you're pushing it on Sharia law.
No, Zion.
Which you've never experienced and haven't seen a modern example of, so you can't judge it.
No, it's not about Sharia law. Quit making about Islam. It's not. It's about the concept of the will of the people.
The will of the people is Sharia.
The majority of the people vote in Sharia.
We want Sharia. We want Sharia. I don't understand. Because they're supremacists. They are liberal supremacists.
Sharia. We don't want nothing else. God's law.
If the majority of the people are willing to force the minority to live under a law.
That's what democracy is.
Wait, Prince and resistance, wait.
Hold on. This is the misunderstanding of democracy. Democracy is the rule of the majority in protection of the minority. If you break that, it becomes fascism.
How does Sharia law not protect the minority?
Because the minute you force a minority to live under a religious system of a religion it doesn't subscribe to.
How am I forcing them now? Now I have a country and I have Sharia law. Wait, I have a country, and there's Sharia law here. And you as Emerald, let me ask my question. Let me ask my question. And you as Emerald are living there. How is my Sharia law infringing on your rights and your protection?
Because I'm living in a country that is governed by a law of a religion.
Yes, and how does that mess you up? What can you not do? You can practice Judaism. You can marry a Jew. What else do you want? What are your other examples? What can you not do under Sharia law as a Jew?
Zayo, the thing
they can't marry other women.
Listen, you need to understand that this is not about religion or
that's
the
what
other.
They want.
I understand your point. You're saying the system.
No, Zayo, please let me finish the thought, okay? You need to understand that these systems never end well. We've seen this happen over and over in history, and it's not because there's something inherently wrong in Islam or Judaism or Christianity. It's because that's human nature. We are very susceptible to being corrupted by power, and if we neglect to uphold the principle of rule of the majority and protection of the minority, we always end up with fascism. It's not just about the voice of the majority. It's understanding that as a majority you have a responsibility. Listen, no. It's about understanding that right now you might be the majority. So, but if you take into account the fact that one day you might be a minority, how would you like to be just a minority? That's how you treat the minority when you're the majority.
I understand your distinction. Listen, Rose. I'm not saying you're against Islam or you don't like the religion or you're saying that the religion is doing bad things. I get that. I never thought that anyways. I understand. However, there is a distinction here. Right now, in today's world, if you tell me some random Arab country decided to do Sharia law, I would be very worried. Because like you said, I would be worried that they're going to use Sharia law, be under the guise of Sharia law to push corruption. Because that's what a lot of countries are doing. Same thing with the West. And this is exactly what Zionism did. So yes, in principle, I agree with you. That's why I prefaced this whole thing and said, number one rule, if Sharia law was practiced according to what God intended it to be, we as Muslims believe it is the most just, most beneficial law to humans. Will we follow it? Wait 1 second. Now, I'll explain.
Wait, no, hold on. I would like to say something.
If it gets, after Prince. If we follow it,
Prince, I've been waiting.
We're good. If we don't follow it, could we not follow it? Possibly. Could there be a corrupt leader that's going to say, I'm going to establish a Sharia state and use it to his power? Yes. But in modern day history right now, we have no example of Sharia law. You can't say what you're applying to Zionism and apply it to us. You can't. Edward, then Prince.
I'll be quick, and then Prince, you can go. I just wanted to say... Hello. So I just wanted to say, when it comes to Sharia law, when it comes to Islam in a nation, it is a moral code that Islam provides, that state. What I've heard here that's been conflated is representation of the people and all minorities versus majorities. These things are not, how should I put it? A state has a choice under Islam how it wants to govern itself, as long as the moral core of Islam is a part of that state. So you could have a monarchy versus a almost secular democracy, an indefinite democracy. You could have full representation as long as it doesn't go against the moral principles of Islam. So it's not about minorities and majorities. You can have a minority Islamic.
Is that Big Love?
Minority Muslims in a country.
Big Love. Oh yeah.
That was set for that nation in its constitution, and still everybody is treated equally, and so there's no ambiguity there. There's no issue there. You can have whatever nation you want, as long as so we shouldn't confuse the two. We shouldn't confuse Islamic principles with the modern, representation of a Western nation. They're both still compatible with each other, unlike other religions.
Okay, Prince, you can go now. But guys, I want us to actually have a conversation. Like, I don't want to fucking call on everybody and just talk normally and don't interrupt each other.
Okay, can you hear me good or?
Yes, go ahead.
Where are you?
Okay, good. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. From the great prince to the simpletons of this room and to the honorable people of this room. Here's the thing. No offense to Ambrose and Bani Adam, two anti-Islamic rule people, which is quite clear and obvious, as much as you'd like to say, no, it's obvious, we know it. We know it, and it's fine. Just be proud of it. Here's the thing. Both of you, and people like you, are hypocrites and liars, right? You talk about the will of the people. The will of the people has been, for many years, to implement Sharia law. I'm not talking about my own opinion. I'm talking based on polling from non-Islamic friendly or non-Islamic sources. We're talking Pew Research, Gallup, CNN, a lot of other polling. Even the PA in Palestine did a polling and found that 85% want to implement Sharia law in Gaza, West Bank, and East Jerusalem. Okay? This is the will of the people. And in any given society, there are things that minorities don't like. Today in the United States, there is a minority that doesn't like the separation of church and state. But what you want, Ambrose, and what Bani Adam want, you're hypocrites and liars, and you want the tyranny by the minority. You want a tyranny by minority. You want to impose on us your liberal views because you don't like our Islamic rule, right? I live in the UK. Wallah, I don't mind if tomorrow morning the British government announces that it is transforming its governance system to a theocratic Christian system. I will then either stay and live among them or leave. But I'm not going to oppose it. The will of the people of Great Britain, the majority of the Brits want to live under theocratic Christian law. I don't mind it. It's not my place. And I think Muslims who argue against it, we want secularism, because fuck you, shut the fuck up, it's not your country. At the end of the day, you're an immigrant, descendant of an immigrant, you know it's not your culture. You know your culture is very different. So spare me the Muslim liberal hypocrisy as well, right? There are many things in Western liberal societies that infringes upon a minority, right? When the United States had a heated conversation over same-sex marriage, the majority of Americans rejected it, including the most liberal state in the Union, California. 65% voted against it. Shut up, Mike, you don't know what you're talking about. 65% in 2012 voted against same-sex marriage in California in the ballot. And what happened? The tyranny by a minority in the Supreme Court ruled it, right? What should have been done is an organic transformation, if that is what the minority wants, an organic transformation of convincing the people. I think long-term, American public, white Americans, black Americans, Hispanic Americans, Christian, would have accepted same-sex marriage, and they would have voted for it in a referendum. But they impose a tyranny by a minority the same way you want to impose a tyranny by a minority. The will of the Arabs, the will of the Muslims is to have Sharia, even outside of the Middle East. 75% of Pakistanis want Sharia, and the numbers are similar in other Muslim majority countries.
Shit, even here in America, all the Muslims want Sharia.
Well, America and Canada and a lot of Western countries their laws are based on Christian laws to begin with.
I don't know.
So it's, Go ahead, Ambrose.
I mean, respectfully, if you want Sharia law in America, get the fuck back to your country. Like, you have to.
This is our country. This is our country.
Sharia.
Brother, I was born.
I agree with Susan. Actually, I agree with Susan. What you want to do, what Ambrose and Bani Adam want to do to Muslims in their own country.
Yeah.
See, that's the difference. What we want.
Move to Pakistan. Move to Saudi Arabia.
No, brother. Hold on. Once again, what we want is irrelevant to what the people voted for. See, that's the difference. See, the Muslims here, like everywhere else, we respect what the law of the land is, because that's what Allah and His Messenger told us to do. But that still doesn't change the fact that Muslims here would like Sharia. Point blank.
Well, you're not getting it, buddy. Yes, that's fine. You can say that.
The thing is that today's world it would be extremely.
No, we're gonna have it here in America too,
guys.
That's why we're gonna beat you, Yahoo.
Guys,
we're gonna beat you, Yahoodis, to submission.
All right, resistance. Go stop it.
That ain't anti-Semitic.
Rose was talking, guys. Okay, she's gone. Next.
Let's just try not to be anti-Semitic, guys. Come on. Let's just have the
It's not anti-Semitic to say we want the Jews or the Christians to become Muslims. What's anti-Semitic about that?
It's just you said something about filthy.
You said you want to beat them up.
I didn't say nothing about filthy. What the hell is wrong with you people?
She's gone because this aggressive Muslim man is threatening Jews, which is not cool.
I didn't threaten them. I make promises. I don't do threats.
Resistance.
You
ruin your entire narrative with this stupidity.
Listen, what ruins it is people like him they speak against Islam and they speak against the laws of Islam. I don't respect people like these people.
The fuck are you talking about?
So why don't you go back to wherever, gay Tel Aviv or wherever you guys want to be? You guys go there. Muslims don't want to be there. We don't care about those places.
Palestinian.
You're bro.
Hold on. Are you telling me that there's not Palestinian people who are secular? They do not practice Islam?
Bro.
Okay, then. I don't care for them.
Bro, guess what? You should have. Why didn't you take up arms to join the caliphate when ISIS was taking over in the Middle East? Oh no, you couldn't.
First of all, ISIS, they're not Muslims. They commit crimes against Muslims. They commit crimes against Muslims.
Okay, that's a sin, but they're still Muslims.
It's a major sin. It takes them out the fold of Islam. And yes, it does. Muslims that kill other Muslims do.
Not practicing doesn't make you secular, by the way. Just want to put that out there.
I challenge you to find a single scholar who takfired ISIS you won't.
Are you nuts? Of course there have.
No, they haven't.
Yes, there is. I'll put it in the chat now. No, you can't tell me nothing.
Yes, I can. I know more than you do.
No, you don't.
Yes,
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You don't know more than me.
Bro, you joined yesterday.
Brother, when you practice Islam, I don't want to hear what comes out your mouth. Practice it.
Can I camel back?
Well, he's an Arab.
An Arab doesn't make uneducated. An Arab doesn't make you a Muslim.
It does make you more Muslim, though.
No, it doesn't, you white boy. No, it doesn't, white boy.
It is true.
I'm gonna reset the room.
I'm just not a pussy, and I don't.
Well, white boy makes you gay, so you're gay.
Shut up, ninja.
Oh my goodness. Enough.
I think is it 80 Arabs only make up 20% of the Muslims.
Yeah, but who has the largest contribution to it then?
All of us.
You really want to be honest?
The Persians.
The Persians did contribute.
A lot of your scholars were Persian.
They were.
Yeah.
Probably the majority.
Oh, you could clear your name. What happened?
Yeah, thank you. This guy, just for the fact that I told him that if you want Sharia in America, and as a Muslim myself, we have to respect the law of the country that we run. He literally accused me of being a faggot from Tel Aviv, of being a secular Palestinian.
I didn't say. You see, why do you people lie?
Who's you people?
I didn't say you were a faggot. I said I don't care about those gays and people who want to live until. I didn't say him. That's where the lie is.
Okay, you know where I want to go? Wait, can I clear my name, actually? Listen, resistance. You come guzzling cum. Sleep better at night.
No, listen, the only one who does come is you and your forefathers because you submitted to those fucking Jews and Christians because you're cowards. You're not part of the Islam. You're not Mujahideen. You're a bunch of bitches that like going to drink hookah and being in clubs.
Drink hookah.
Whatever they do. Whatever these cowards do. You don't make salat. You don't sacrifice for Islam. You're a fucking coward. That's why you moved to Europe, because you want to be a homo.
These are not the attributes of being a good Muslim.
No. This is me having to whip this coward into submission.
resistance. You know what I sacrificed
Can we?
for Islam?
All right. I'm about to read.
And like I said, these people are liars. Because I'll read you, brother. I'll read a number of scholars right now, Sunni scholars.
Okay, before you start,
have takfired ISIS.
Okay,
so
before you
once
start
again,
that,
these people are liars. They lie.
Resistance. Before you start that, let him.
Munafiqs is what they are.
Let him complete before you start that and move on to something else. Let him complete. Go ahead. Go ahead.
He's saying I didn't sacrifice anything for Islam. My forehead skin was sacrificed for Islam because I was circumcised when I was young. That's the bare minimum I did for Islam. So how
Are you trolling? Are you trolling?
No. Why would I be trolling?
He's a Muslim, Palestinian.
Actually, no.
That doesn't make you a Muslim, Edward. This whole notion of he's Palestinian, that don't make you a Muslim.
No, I said he's a Muslim. And
I don't care if he's Palestinian.
Okay.
No, I was answering Wednesday. She said, "Is he trolling?"
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't say he was trolling.
Wait. أقسم بالله العظيم I am a Muslim. My name is Muhammad يا جماعة الخير. What's wrong with you?
Okay.
No, Susan's Muslim. I know Susan's
All right, Susan, you're Muslim. Fine.
Susan was fasting today and I'm eating suhoor right now. What is this bitch doing in America, resistance? What are you doing in America, bitch?
I just made iftar and I'm going to the masjid now to do tarawih while you're probably masturbating.
All right, that's okay. If you're doing Ramadan, resistance.
We don't do Ramadan. We observe Ramadan.
If you are, no. Ramadan, it's not just sun up to sundown. It's the whole month. The whole month is holy. You don't talk this way. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. I know.
I'm a Muslim, unlike you.
Susan, stop trolling, please. You got one more chance.
He just did takfir on me.
If I was Emrose, I'd be like, yeah, I wouldn't want y'all running.
I mean, she thinks we're crazy. I mean,
not that her opinion matters, but I just thought that was funny.
I think she knew. She knows that we're crazy.
Hey, who put him down?
Who down?
Is the other cow with the beam, obviously. She's the one with the beam.
Don't call people non-Muslims in Ramadan.
I'll say what I want, you coward.
No, don't.
I'll say what I want.
Enough.
Zio, why are you putting people down for?
Because he's a clown. Because he's a clown. So what? He cursed at me and he disrespected me. Did you throw him down? You
also cursed
you coward.
I didn't move you when you cursed at me.
You're a clown.
I only moved you.
And that's the problem with these disgusting tribal.
Why is everybody so obsessed?
That's the problem with these cowardistic, tribalistic Arabs. You're not better than me. Allah Ta'ala tells us that in the Quran.
If you are, stop.
Absolutely. No, I'm going to tell him the truth about himself. Because that's what Muslims do.
Okay, I have something important to say.
Okay, Dylan, what do you want to say?
Nobody's going to kick Israel's ass.
I'm going to kick your mama's ass.
And also,
why is Israel falling by itself? Is that what you're saying?
What's wrong with you where you're so obsessed with Israel?
Nobody was even talking about Israel right now. For like
Edward.
Man, fuck Israel. All you dirty fucking Jews are gonna die. My whole fucking Iran blows all you cocksuckers off the face of the earth.
Resistance.
Period.
Yeah, but what does it
now
say?
I love resistance.
What does it say about
now
you?
I love resistance.
All right, don't
brother, fuck him up.
What does it say about you where you're so obsessed with Israel?
We were not talking about Israel.
Why is Israel obsessed with raping little children like Epstein and Ebru Barat?
Okay.
Why are they so obsessed with taking funds from children?
So you speak on behalf of all Israeli people because you've been reading things on the internet?
No, reading facts. It has been put out by the FBI and the DOJ. And it's been exposed by their disgusting nature by the Bibi Netanyahu harboring a disgusting Jew that came to America trying to rape a little girl in Nevada, and then they flew him out in a private jet because you guys harbor pedophiles.
You don't realize how you're a sheep? You don't realize how you're reading.
And you guys are less than the shit that comes out of a goat's
You
ass.
here talking about why are we obsessed with Israel when we were not even talking about Israel.
Sir.
So who's the sheep?
Sir, look at the title of the room.
Who is the sheep?
Look at the title of the room.
I did the title. Sir.
I understand. I understand. Okay. So yes, Iran will kick Israel's ass. Yes. Like
yes,
they did
I did
the
the
12 day war.
title. I did the title of the room. I did the title of the room. You have a problem with that?
I don't have an issue with you putting that as the title, but nobody's going to be kicking Israel's ass.
Yes, they are. Ballistic missiles right up their ass.
I believe they did in June. I believe Iran really gave it to Israel in June.
I mean, the United States is using. I mean, if you're Israeli or a Jew, you should be wondering why the United States will be using Israel as like a guinea pig, because that's what it's going to do, right? Because we're not a civil people living in America, civilians. We're not going to get those ballistic missiles. The people in Israel will, and we saw what happened in Tel Aviv.
I have a question for you.
You guys try to hide it.
Why are you so fixated on this?
Fixated on what?
Because we hate those dirty Israeli terrorists. That's why.
As a Palestinian.
Sorry, Edward. Sorry. We're not fixated on geopolitics. The United States of America might be going to war with Iran. So why would we not have a conversation about this? You know, since Trump wanted to be America first and no new wars, but it seems that Israel wants to bring us into a war like it always does. So yeah, we're asking the question, will Iran beat the crap out of fucking Israel? There you go, Edward. You could go.
I don't believe so.
I want to know how this impacts your life personally.
Well, for me, as a Palestinian, it impacts my life, my family's life. So a weakened Israel is better for Palestinians.
Weakened Israel is better than for America.
I think Israel is just going to take over the entire.
I think you are a Jew hater. I think you're an anti-Semite.
How do you get that?
You're cloaking it.
How do you get that?
Because you're
I
trying to...
Let me speak. Let Dylan complete.
One second, I want to ask you a question.
Let Dylan complete, please. Go ahead, Dylan.
Yeah, you're trying to mask your Jew hatred over with the guise of anti-Israel geopolitical.
How do you know?
Because this doesn't impact you in your personal life.
I just said it did. I'm Palestinian. My family is directly impacted.
The reason why you should be getting so worked up about.
Wait, I just told you. You said how does this affect me?
Actually, I'm talking about Wednesday, sir. I'm not even talking to you.
Okay. Why are you ignoring what I have to say?
Because I'm just directly talking on Wednesday.
Oh, you're directly talking on Wednesday? I didn't even realize you was directly talking to me. I thought Edward was next to speak to. But how am I influenced by this? I have family in the military. Actually, a lot of my family's in the military.
I didn't ask
young men and women are in the military. Okay. My family. Okay, as a matter of fact, they're on Fort Drum right now.
I didn't ask your family.
I'm answering your question, sir. Thank you.
You're actually not, because
I'm answering your question, sir. I'm asking your question. I'm answering your question.
I need you to relax. I need you to take a deep breath.
I am relaxed. Here, this is me being relaxed. Okay. You want to see relaxed?
Right.
There you go. Relaxed. Look, Goo, you actually stayed long on this panel. Where did everybody go?
Probably to a different room.
God's sake.
You know, everyone wants to
can't get along? What's wrong with y'all? I swear to God, men can't get along.
I don't tolerate nonsense from these people, and you know that. I don't care. I'm not like other people. I don't care about it. I don't care about how they feel. These people are rooted in hypocrisy. Not me. My law is the Islamic law, point blank. I don't care about nothing else they're talking about. Nothing.
Edward, why do you keep on going off? Goo left. All right. Well, this was a good room, guys.
Yes, it was. It exposed the hypocrites.
Hold on, I don't even know how to work this thing. And a bunch of Zionist, whatchamacallit, bitch boys came through. What you have for iftar?
I'm having it right now, pasta. I'm having it's called chicken franchise, the grilled chicken, the lemon sauce.
Sounds good. I just had chicken.
But I always have dates first. I break my fast always with dates. You should always break it with dates and then some water.
Yeah, dates are good. All right, well, the room has... Oh, hey, Rumi. Hey, Mitki. I'm about to make this into a lounge. Okay. If y'all want to chill with my cafe.
Yeah, they all probably went to what's his name's room.
Who's?
You already know the Indian hypocrite.
Oh, I don't give a fuck.
You know, that's where they always run to.
Mitch, come up. Oh, Mitch left. She said she'll come back. I was trying to understand Emerald's thing. I understand that she likes democracy, right? A secular democracy. But if Qatar decides to be full, like if Qatar says Sharia law, that's it, you know? If Kuwait says Sharia law, that's it. And if the minority don't want Sharia law, they can always go to a country in the West. Not every. It's like they're trying to make it seem as if every country has to be a democracy. Not every country has to be a democracy. This is a big planet. Some people just don't. If you go to was it Libya? Is it Libya? Under Gaddafi, right? Under Gaddafi was to me, in my opinion, was better than what they have now. After the United States destroyed it. And then the United States is not a real democracy. Come on. Don't let this lie. It's starting to be more. It's an oligarchy. It's a class system. To me, I feel like they're trying to put feudalism back. I was working the land again, taking away all the people who actually do work in the land, and now who's going to do the farming and stuff like that? AI is taking the jobs and stuff. Whatever. Anyway. Y'all quiet.
Oh, I'm listening to you, that's fine. I was saying that that's all they think about. That's the problem with people like M. Rose and many that they think Western values and these European values are all of Seol.
Yeah, it's not.
I look at them, they're all idiots and they're crazy. My all is Seol is God's law. That's it. The Quran, that's it. I don't care about nothing else. Too bad. I don't care about those idiotic companies. You're an American, you live in. I don't care. I'm a Muslim.
It's not dumb. If the people in that country want a secular country, then the majority will rise up to have a secular country. And then they haven't. So, but that's just what I think. Not everything is about democracy. Some places just can't do it. The people like to be led.
All those people are sick. She's sick after I heard that. Oh, your people, the Jews in the IDF could go kill innocent women, children, and the elderly, and their punishment is what? You just want them to be in prison to watch soap operas and drink and do it?
That's why.
Pass my ass.
I know. I don't believe in. I do.
Pacifist my
I
ass.
question it.
You know what's so crazy? That she's a hypocrite. Then she's not. This is what I mean about them. They're liars. Then you're not Jew. Because the Jew is literally the ones who observe the law that was given to Moses. That's what a Jew is that observes the Torah. You people are not Jews. Because even in the Jewish Torah, capital punishment is allowed. It is a ruling by the Almighty Creator.
She also lives in Israel, so maybe she doesn't understand the prison system in the United States and how
she don't understand reality in life. That's what she don't understand.
It's for
let alone
and all this other stuff. But
until they kill, God forbid, until they rape or kill one of her mother or sisters or her daughter, she ain't gonna learn. She's gonna have to learn the hard way. I think it is. Cause see, it ain't her family members that's happening to. That's what the problem is. And then she wants to come with this fake sympathy. Oh, the Palestinians understand. I can't know what they go through. You don't know shit about what they're going through. Let alone do you care? Because you don't even want them to get justice. Imagine that. You care so much, but they can't get justice. Please.
Oh. Have you seen that series Peaky Blinders?
Of course. Who the hell has never seen Peaky Blinders?
Okay. You know, they're doing a movie, Peaky Blinders, on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
The Immortal Man. I can't wait.
Late to the party, baby.
I'm not late. I've been watching Peaky Blinders.
Oh, okay. And you watch Boardwalk Empire too, then, right?
No.
Oh my God, you're late, like I said. Yeah, you gotta watch that next. Watch Boardwalk Empire.
I'm still doing the James Bond thing. My ADHD made me drop it for a second. I think I'll go back onto it. Plus, there's other things. Bridgerton came back on. So.
You never watched The Gilded Age?
Yeah, I like The Gilded Age.
I was about to say, The Gilded.
I find it fascinating how New York used to look back in the day.
My favorite show. Did you get to watch the new The Night of the Seven Kingdoms? The new day.
Oh yeah, I finished it. Yeah.
That's the shit.
So Egg lied and said that his father could give him permission, right?
Yeah, little Egg is crazy. Little Egg on.
Wait, didn't he? But he lied. He said there were 9. He told what's his name, Duncan, there were 9 kingdoms, and he was like, there were 9.
Well, he's kind of because he fractures it off, even though the veil is part of the reach. But he's just like you gotta remember, it's like a different time compared to. Love that show.
Yes, though. Oh, and then BTS is coming back. Yay! Your daughter should be excited.
What's that?
The boy group BTS is coming back.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't even know if I'm gonna watch that myself.
You're gonna have a thing on a special on Netflix. Yo, I think Netflix after a while is gonna start charging pay-per-view. I'm calling it now.
Yeah.
Calling it now. And people will pay too. Hey, Yakov. Let me see.
Robin?
You want to come in? We're having I call mine the cafe. We're just having some chit chat, Yakov. Hello, Brandon.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm well. Yourself?
That's good. I'm good. Hey, Yakov, how are you?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I was like, yeah, I was getting a little hot and heavy before. I was just listening.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't want to.
Yeah, I haven't been doing rooms a lot, so my karma score's been dropping.
Oh, let me see your karma score. Top 1%. Wow.
I was higher than that. I lost 4 points. Dropped me down.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Figured I'd do a little room.
See how resistance is doing. Top 10%. Okay, not bad.
What's
I don't know why I'm upset at that. I've been trying to lose as much points as possible and stick with my tradition, but it ain't been working out.
I was at 0.5% or 2. It bring me down because I got sent to.
Wait, your goal is to lose points? Lose?
Yeah,
percentage?
I don't want no damn badge. I ain't no honor student.
You don't even got a badge, so don't you worry about that.
Yeah, you have to be in the top 1% to get a badge.
You could be the bad person, the bad kid. But yeah, this weather has been crazy, right?
Oh my god, for the first time in 30 years, our water came into our basement. It's never come in before.
Oh my god, that sucks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's melted. Raise the water table.
You gotta vacuum with that water out, right?
Right, yeah, pump, yeah.
You gotta check the mezuzah when you sort that out, man. I'm saying.
What's that?
He knows what I'm talking about. You gotta check that.
Check what? I didn't hear what you said.
You gotta check the mezuzah when you're done with the flood. When you're done with the, I'm saying.
I'm confused.
Yeah, don't understand.
Listen, leave Yako alone. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's cool, man. He's cool. I ain't playing with him.
Well, I feel like I know you, Brandon. I don't know how I know you, but I know you. Shindig, come up. I'm not doing this.
How are you? How are you?
I'm okay.
I was in New York. Under a lot of snow. And once the snow melts, there'll be lots of dog poop all over the place.
He's absolutely right about that, though.
These people, they don't pick up after their dogs. They go and they poop on the snow piles. And then when the snow melts, there's like shit everywhere. Excuse my French.
New Yorkers do have a lot of dogs, huh?
There are a lot of dogs.
Well, they can blame that Mamdani guy now.
No, we've had a lot of dogs since before. No, we can't blame. No, look, a lot of things you can try to throw it in, but blame dogs, that hasn't changed in the 1 month that less than 2 months that he's been mayor now.
I know, but you know what? He did a really good job this time. He decided to learn from his the mistake.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty good idea. And I think the criticism about, it takes more identification to get a snow job than to vote, I thought that was not warranted.
Well,
I know he was meeting.
Just for tax purposes, you need to.
I'm following a story where those immigration people went into Columbia University and arrested a student, and Mamdani told Trump she should be released, and she was released or something.
Well, he went to the Oval Office and met with Trump today. Very quiet meeting. Very quiet.
I wonder what Mamdani and Trump talk about.
I think they like each other. I think Trump actually likes him. He completely disagrees with him, but he likes him as a person.
Well, you know what it is? They're both populists, right? That's why Trump was able to get voted so many votes and be president the second time, because he is a populist. Like, those who...
And Trump is a New Yorker. I mean, he's from New York.
Yeah.
It doesn't help that the Democrats put pretty much a dead guy and then pulled him out and then put a candidate, at the last moment.
Yeah.
And that didn't
I agree. I mean, but they already have their winning. I think Gavin Newsom is going to run for president. He's going to win. He's definitely going to win.
I think in America, I think New Yorkers are the most politically sophisticated Americans. Do you agree?
Most politically what?
Sophisticated. I think they know more about stuff than the rest of the group.
I'd like to think of ourselves, but who knows?
I think we. I agree with that. I think we do. I think because we're just everywhere all at one time. I don't know. We're so mixed with so many different peoples. We live in our own bubble, that's for sure.
You think New Yorkers live in a bubble? Really?
Yes, definitely. It is not. It is unlike any other place in the country.
It's true. I mean, it's not. It's definitely different than any other part of America. I'm pretty sure.
refused to ask this the last time I asked, but what country do you currently live in?
I'm a Palestinian. I live in the West Bank.
Oh, I thought you moved. I thought you emigrated someplace.
No, I think.
Do you mind me
How you finding it?
Finding what?
The West Bank.
I'm finding it. It's the West Bank. It's Palestine. It's where all the crap is.
I went up and down 1987 before the Intifada.
Yeah, I think we spoke before.
Yeah, we went all up and down the West Bank. That was so beautiful. People.
I'm saying, how did you like it there? Like, do you love it in the West Bank?
How did you like it? Like, he lives there. Like.
Do I like it? Yeah, I like it. I mean, it's. Do I like it? Yes, I love the place. It's a gorgeous place. It's just a place with a lot of problems.
Jinden, all I have to ask is, did you build my house over there yet?
Look at that, man. She trying to immigrate. She trying to do Aliyah.
I built a couple of houses. Wednesday, I built a couple of houses.
Right, mine have to be purple and pink.
Purple and pink. Now that would be very odd. Now.
I think people would throw eggs at your house.
Yes, they would. No. They would throw more.
Yes, they would. Trust me. And
they'll throw stones. Yeah, tell her. Shoot, they'll throw stones.
I'm not going to say explosives because that would be too obnoxious, but stones, rocks, cans, trash. What?
Okay, then how about like a nice blush pink? I think that would be nice.
Nice.
No, that ain't happening. It's tan, white. It's tan or white. The light tan is.
Yeah,
it has to be like a stone color. Like, that's what all the houses are, those stone colors. Because that's just the way it is. It's like go to Italy and all the roofs are red. Ask for a brown roof and they'll look at you like you're nuts.
Yeah, okay.
It's just the way it is.
Okay, well then you're gonna have to send me a pink or purple painting.
That's too radical.
That's too radical. I see. So then everything's just trimmed with gold.
We have that stone, we use stones for
exactly.
homes.
The tan stone color.
Is it everywhere?
Stone is everywhere, and you have different like pattern stones from different places. In the north, it'll be white. There's the Jerusalem stone. There's the Hebron stone. There's the Jerusalem stone is actually some of the Jerusalem stone has a lot of pink in it, like a pink kind of.
All right, so then I want to use that one.
Okay.
Just can I wait? Let me respond to what John was saying to me, though. Right.
Okay, so Clausen's point here is that when Christ cried out from the cross, he didn't even say it in Hebrew from the cross. He said it in Aramaic from the cross.
Yeah, you're actually correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's the crazy thing is like, that's not going to actually help him with the Hebrew stuff.
What if I told you
See, black people, y'all, that's the me and Fifi knows that we black. Get the lights here.
That's okay.
They don't know Miss Fifi.
That was my
Who has them?
He does. He doesn't. No, but you gotta look at it like this. That's like me while I'm dating my then girlfriend, and I introduce her to, like, I have this homeboy that when we want to go out and we want to have fun and we do all kinds of wild and crazy shit, that's not the homeboy that I introduce my wife to. She don't need to know me. Y'all see what I'm saying? So Clinton, Bill, we know plenty of images with Epstein. He is not introducing his wife to Jeffrey Epstein. Why would you do that? I'm just saying.
I think there's a pathology of white heterosexual men who needs to feel submissive to other white men in authority. Like the level of water carrying, it's more than just like an ideological thing. I think it's a psychosexual thing. It is amazing. The people who talk about freedom, independence, have submitted themselves as self-identified heterosexual men to a much older white male who's rumored to have issues with Congress.
Rumor has it.
But they have submitted them. I don't know. It's a level of submissiveness that I wasn't expecting. But I mean, it's there. God bless. I don't know what's going on, but there's definitely a deeper level sexual desire that's untapped and undiscussed. That needs to be avoided.
Untapped is crazy.
Breaking news. Real quick breaking news. Vote Hub is now saying Tallarico is looking to get 2 to 3 times as many votes as Bernie Sanders did for Latinos.
Oh no! Oh, that's over.
This is NPCs.
Uncivilized conversation. Just go
This is NPCs on this app.
So we can go back to that. What?
When you're moderating the space,
y'all know how good Bernie did?
it does kind of muddle the waters when it comes to organic conversation. But when you have 30 people,
I just want to say, I wasn't asking the doggone medical women thing. I was asking because I hadn't seen any. I was legit asking. I hadn't seen any. And so when she said the thing she said today, he said that, I was like, oh, they got her for contempt. Because that would be an easy contempt. I mean, she's lying under oath, because I think it was under oath. But he has special things that the Republican Congress doesn't have. So fascinating stuff. I don't know why people come on here and lie.
Special things is wild.
Wait, how many Epstein files were released and she was not in a picture with all those pictures? Wow.
Not with Epstein.
So
what I've seen.
Here's a question: is it just because she's a woman? Because Hillary Clinton is arguably one of the most intelligent people we've ever had in American politics. Like, she's politically savvy. She's been the Secretary of State. What is it about Hillary? They think they're gonna get a got you with Hillary Clinton. I really want to know, because they come at her like she's gettable.
I don't know. They've been trying for years now. They've been trying. Like, I don't know why she was being deposed today. And to her about, what did she say? UFOs?
Right. But then the thing is, so she used it to get her shit off about the 2016 election. And you heard her talk about the election interference. I'm just saying, I don't know. I saw Hillary speak a while ago, and so I'm partial to Hillary, even though, everybody has their bad or good and bad qualities, but Hillary is just somebody that you just shouldn't be trifling with, especially if you're not. It's not like we have some of the smartest people that were questioning her today, so I'm sure that went well. I would love to have seen that for that been open hearing.
Welcome back to another episode of Trying to Catch CM, trying to fish CM. We're trying to get you, CM, and we're getting very close. You're in a lot of trouble, CM.
The Ricos are going to be K-Rico, but, we'll see.
I know you crock pot forever.
Wait, Matt, is there a name for Tallarico stands?
I've named them the Guerricos.
Oh, my God.
Guerrico.
Tallarico.
Guerrico, papi.
Tallarico.
Tally, rico. Que rico, papi.
Your mayor's endorsement of Mr. Lander, how that's going to go? Oh, I didn't even see that. Put out a video yesterday. Well, it makes sense. It totally makes sense. Because they co-endorsed each other, which almost never happens in the mayoral race, in the ranked choice. So, and I think Leonard was, destined to be on his team, and he was the former city comptroller, but he's running for Congress. Is it against Dan Goldman? They switched it. Goldman? Okay. Yeah, it's still Goldman. Yeah, so that was my district. And it's basically like APAC, non-APAC. That's the division, because they both essentially are voting the same on pretty much everything, except, are they going to give money to Israel or not? And they're both Jewish. So, Brad is from the progressive left side, so it makes sense that Zoran's going to endorse him. Do you think he might be able to defeat Goldman? Oh, he may. I have to look at the new map, though, to see, because there are obviously more progressive pockets, but they've moved it around slightly, so I'm trying to figure it out. But Brad Lander is well liked. He won citywide office before. He's the one that's been, getting arrested at the immigration hearings and all of that. And he's staunchly on the left, and people do like him. So it's very possible. They like Dan Goldman too, but again, it's, Dan Goldman also comes from a lot of family money too. And he was not my primary choice when he ran for the first time a few years ago. Ultimately, I voted for him. But, we'll see. It's going to be an interesting fight. I have to look at the map now. I have to see what's that about. Thank you.
Establish a rule that all Mamdani questions go through Divine, to the campaign manager of Divine.
And for a counterpoint, here is divine.
I got nothing.
Okay.
Breaking news.
Okay.
Democrats got 1,018,100. Wait, what is this? Yeah, I'll just say 1 million. Make it easy. 1 million. GOP 870.
That is not enthusiasm.
Enthusiasm.
It's crazy. Yes, Your Honor, that's sexist. It moved to me, so I couldn't finish reading it. That was so fucking... I hate when you're on Twitter and you're on there scrolling and then it like moves. When it like, you know what I'm saying? When you're scrolling and you're like trying to read something and it just disappears.
You can up to see if that's what kind of cases versus the last time. Just because the shift in early voting behavior with some of those things is pretty crazy.
162% of 2020 or 2022, and 85 or 86% are for Republicans from 2022.
Your Honor, is this internet?
And what's your point?
Deeper.
You lost the fun to do.
Word was just a word people use to call people gay. The gay people said that, hey, we don't like this word. You know, you're referring to my sexuality. The word eventually became a slur, right? But there were people who used that term, like the F word, to mean gay and did bad stuff to gay people, right? The word wasn't used the word wasn't used to do bad stuff to gay people. The word was just used, to call someone gay. But you guys are saying this. No, that term was used as like a way to disparage, to lynch, to do all these things to black people. Because they know.
That's an immediate moderation badge right there.
Because they were black. You're black, you to call the N-word. And there were bad white people who called, black people black and did bad things to black people.
You said bad things like it was just like a slap on a hand or something.
That's what you think bad things are? No, no. Back up all of those. Bad things are all of those.
Wait, is that Lion? Out of Texas. I forgot that. I'll find it. But this man was thinking he was getting a ride home with some co-workers or what have you. These white boys tied him to a pickup truck and miles and miles.
I remember. Yo, ain't the picture of my son I drew?
Oh, no, I didn't, man.
So this is why you don't compare the two words, because they are not comparable. You're talking about apples and oranges. The N-word and the F word.
They're not both slurs.
They are not comparable. The F word doesn't have.
Slurs?
They're not comparable. The F word doesn't have.
Wait.
The F word doesn't have a history of terror and violence and murder associated with it, and almost genocide. No, it doesn't.
Why doesn't?
It's always the white Latinos and now.
Why doesn't?
Nowadays.
If I define
Indians.
Oh my God, man!
Oh,
if I could find
down, Miss Fifi. Why do you play victim afterward, bro? By the way, that's a beautiful picture. I can totally see that that's your son because the way you drew him, what you focused on his eyes, I really like. By the way, what? That's Louis? No way!
Shut up, you Indian.
Are you dead?
That's crazy, bro. Miss Fifi, I ain't gonna talk to you, Miss Fifi, because you like playing victim, alright? And I don't want to. You're my elder, and I'm supposed to respect you. Right? Miss Dawn is just a racist, right? I don't respect that.
Right? Okay.
Okay, I'll be fast, man. Miss Dawn, look, you heard. The reason why is that both slurs, you could compare slurs, right? And another thing as well, too, what you guys are saying is like, I think it's a correlation causation fallacy. You're saying that, hey, white people who did bad things to black people, they use the term N-word. And you're saying that because of this term, that's why they did it. It's like, no, you can find the same thing with the F slur. If I could point out something bad that happened to,
they used the N-word while doing murder to instill fear in people. So, hey, N-word, don't you cross that street. Hey, N-word, don't sit here. And people were fearful.
No, Miss Dawn. They use fear. They use violence to instill fear. They use the N-word because that's what they call black people.
It's a tool.
They use the N-word because that's what they call black people.
Trolling now, I know you're trolling.
I don't know how you don't. Do you understand what I'm saying? I know you understand what I'm saying, so I don't know why you try to fight it. It just makes sense. Look, listen to the logic. The term N-word, it means black. White people call black people black. There you go. White people who are racist, they did bad stuff to black people, and they often call them black.
That was a derogatory term that was not used by people doing good.
Black people called black people
No,
used
they
the N-word
didn't.
amongst them. What do you mean?
Not until later.
No, I'm not talking about not the N-I-G-G-A.
It was
No,
the beginning.
No, you don't even know. You don't even know.
Yes, it was.
You don't even know. You don't even know.
Yes, I do, and I'm older than you. Yes, I do.
And you're wrong. You're not more wrong, though. You could be older, but you could live underneath a rock.
Wrong.
Look, black people call themselves the N-word as well, too. They did. They referred to themselves as the N-words. Because it didn't mean that derogatory to you.
The committee, as your next congressman, I will.
Originally, it was used derogatorily as a tool to make people fearful, to show power over them. Come on,
Miss Dawn,
America was racist. Why they needed a word to show power? America, I don't even know why I'm talking to you, Miss Dawn.
Word of advice, Miss Dawn. Look, I do this, right? Look, I don't say the word. I don't give my opinion on how it was. I don't know the history of it, right? Odds are, right, is that somebody is exposed to that word, probably knows the history better or not, right? And so when I hear stuff like that, Miss Dawn, I've been on this app for years, but you will rarely ever hear me give an opinion about like those issues, right? Because one, I'm not informed enough. Two, I really don't have like a dog in the fight, right? Because I don't use the word. I don't try to promote or dissuade certain people. Tino, of your likeness, I would chill. I'm trolling.
I have a dog in the fight. You have no dog in the fight.
My thing is,
so how are you trying to tell a black woman to sit down?
Wait, what?
Can I go on real quick? My thing is, Nathan.
Wait, you're black, Miss Dawn? I did not know. No, I did not know.
My thing is, Nathan, black went through horrible, much worse things than being called. But this is what they want to fucking stand on, bro. Like, this is what they want to cry about. They went through way worse shit than being called a nigga, and this is what they will always fucking, like, curl up into a ball over, cry over, and shit. It makes no sense to me. Like, they give literally racists calling people niggas, they give them the power. Because, bro, y'all talking about
a disc changer, and that was a really old car, but it was like, I guess like aftermarket, and it was in the back of the car. You'd have to like go get out of the, I think you had to like get out and like go in the back and like put like the CDs in the back. I miss that car, man. I would not be functioning with it though. It was so small. But like, yo, I got pulled over all the time because it.
That's you, but that doesn't matter. Why? Why would you say something back if it doesn't affect you?
Yo, why y'all doing that? That old lady.
So now you want to switch stance or what? Are you trying to argue with me? Like, don't want to switch. Old lady said something. Now you're trying to switch sides? You can't or what? Take a stance.
Bro, can y'all stop with the ADHD? Can y'all chill up with the ADHD, please?
This guy's over from my band. He's not. He's I love my Italian brother back from. As you can see his PTR.
Look, I could be wrong, and it won't be the first time I'm wrong. But from what I understand,
I'm just trying to understand you.
Yeah, from what I understand, that term was used to other and to dehumanize.
Families know that debt is out of control. Washington. I'm John Kitover. I'm running for Congress in Illinois 16th. The big line? Born ready. Let's make democracy dance. Inner peace. Let's make this third eye proud. Ooh, there it is. Whoa, what is happening in here? Just raise my frequency. I think you reset your body and mind. Folks, I'm John Kitover. Now, I know what you're thinking. Spirits, give me a sign. Say hi or something.
Back then. No, the whole world was racist back then, right? Because they believed at one point in time that black people was a subclass of humans, right? They believed that, they believed that black people were subclasses with humans.
Dr. John Kitover. I'm a physician, a veteran, and a neighbor here. John, focus on the center of your brain. Let it resonate. I'm ready. Good enough. After a long shift, I'm giving myself a few minutes to meditate and raise my.
They called them.
Good evening. In a colossal victory tonight, local businessman John.
All right, welcome in. Find a comfortable seat on your mat. Let the show move. What a day! If I can live down.
Call black people, which was the N-word. What happened eventually after black people gained their freedom and they were starting to gain an identity, they didn't want to be called anymore. They didn't want to be called black people. I believe that was light-skinned people that did this shit. Like Miss Fifi.
I'm Kitover. I'm running for Congress in Illinois 16th District. I grew up here in Northern Illinois. We work hard and we live hard. Let's get to work. We're starting with a quick one. 10 body weight squats and some shoulder rolls will make it. All right, settling in. Focusing on the center of my brain.
John, you're shaking like my cousin's Pinto at 60 miles an hour. I'm at Harmony level 7. Yeah, and the coffee table's at Earthquake.
Yeah, hi. I'd like to order 3 large hellos. Are you on the phone? Of course I'm on the phone.
So am I.
Just used to call people who were black slaves. Just because you were black, you ain't word. And that's what the definition of the word meant. Black. What people did, what racist people did, the black people, they wasn't doing it because of the term, because of the N-word. They was doing it because
when you're a write-in candidate, folks wonder if they'll spell your Americans, the state of our union is strong. Stronger than I am.
That's all I have to say. Anyone want to go? Thanks.
Hello, America.
Okay, so I'll just give a quick analogy just to show, like, how, like, slurs become slurs. Like, back then, F slur meant what? A person that was homosexual. It was a curse word back then. It was just a curse word.
When you're writing,
say it, Christians can't say it because Christians don't curse, but, some Christians curse, and they would use it, right? That's meant gay. And afterwards, gay people were like, hey, I don't like this. Then you know what gay people did too? They even appealed to the violent straight people to say, violent straight people use this word to degrade us before they were violent with us. Before they would like burn us or something like that, they would say these types of stuff. We don't want to be called this anymore. So then the word became a slur. The word originally meant gay. Similar to the N-word. The word originally meant black. Well, black people felt like, hey, this makes me feel a certain
I grew up here in Northern Illinois.
They started saying, we don't want to be called this. You make me feel this way when you call me this. And that's when they said that, hey, it's a slur. And that's when they get like all those, they attribute all those other things to the word. But that was black people doing.
Kiddo.
It's not the same.
Well, and this system is done. We know that they're not the same, but they are slurs. And because they're slurs, I will point out the similarities on how slurs are, or how things evolve into slurs.
Like saying, yeah, we know that an apple
isn't it
orange, but it's a fruit.
Oh, I don't say. Isn't it
And fruit starts from a seed. Anyways, go ahead on Reginald.
Isn't your intention matter if it's a slur or not? Or no?
That's what I think. With some
Good evening.
They think just it's bad.
All right. So you do agree that your intention is what makes it a slur?
Yeah, context matters.
Right.
Like, if someone
context matters, the etymology of the word would matter too. So in that case, usage wouldn't be as powerful of how you rank the word if you know the history of the word. And they made the point earlier, it was meant to differentiate everybody in history. Like the Romans would call other people black because they thought of it as a pejorative. It was a derogatory term. They used the word.
For a long shift.
I gotta pull up, I forgot the...
Yeah, but it's different today, right?
Was it Nigel?
No. I'm lying down. I got my dental work done today, and my head's not working full.
But it's different today, right? So we're talking about today. It is. If they're calling each other, it's different.
If it isn't different today, me and you would be able to freely use it.
Exactly. If somebody will hit you,
we can't freely
use it, but you're
we can freely use it.
Your freedom of speech,
absolute consequence. You can say like screw you and get consequences.
Doesn't save you.
Come back and tell us.
You can tell someone screw you and get consequences, and then what?
So again, back to my original.
All I'm talking about is people use it to their
In through the nose, out through the mouth. Peace. Fellow Americans, the state of our union is strong, stronger than ever. Jobs are up, crime is down, and the spirit of this country is as bright as these lights. After the address, pick up milk, eggs, and cat. Fellow Americans. For a long shift, I'm giving myself a few minutes to meditate and raise my vibration.
The Turkic states done
for a long shift.
Well, we were history. Because I'm there today.
At all. Stop being emotional faggots and allow somebody to fucking finish. Jesus Christ. And if you guys care about context and etymology, then you would know that the word was purposefully used in the United States.
But if you're a Republican patriot, you will write in John Kitover. You will not vote for Darren LaHood. John Kitover is certified in all counties and precincts of the 16th district, so be sure to write in John Kitover for the 16th district to unseat and defeat Darren LaHood.
Be a very common trope in the Pacific Northwest and also in the Atlantic Northeast, right? These are context, bro. This is history. This is only 100-some years ago, bro. What are we talking about? And the word faggot, the etymology of faggot, is also derogatory. The difference is, it's who you care to offend, right? Do I care to offend 1% of the population who I can't align with and I disagree with, or do I care to offend 16 to 18% of the population who I do culturally align with? That is why I choose to freely exercise my freedom of speech and use faggot, but I call the N-word the N-word, right?
Not a real nigga. Not a real nigga.
I don't know why people can't stay on the point, which is crazy because they use the word again on each other today, and all of a sudden that doesn't matter. But that's the funny part. No one wants to address that.
Particularly knowing why.
Americans, the state of our union is strong.
I never denied
Nate's argument and why we were arguing so hard. Sorry, I have nuts in my mouth.
Was that the word meant black?
Okay.
The word meant black.
That's what she said.
He's arguing that it wasn't horrific ever. Black people called each other N-words and all this, and we're saying no. He's trolling. That's incorrect. It was used to, excuse me. It was used to instill fear in people. It was derogatory. It was tied to horrific crimes, right? In the past, we're talking about, not today. Of course, today it's been washed down, right? And it doesn't hold the power that it used to hold, right? And that's simple. But then it was powerful. People were.
You're just making shit up. What are you talking about?
Can I address?
You just making shit up. That's the dumbest shit I heard.
Dr. John Kitover. Folks, I'm John Kitover. Now, I know what you're thinking. Another election.
I want to take that away from you because, like so many other words, it was split. The meaning has always been something more traditionally. How about that? Meant to be used in a horrific way, because of the history that was going on at the time that it was being used. Okay, during the 90s, C. Dolores Tucker, she was a councilwoman out of California. She went after the lyrics of Tupac. It had,
I wonder why you call you bitch.
All I'm saying.
That was the song, Miss Fifi.
Thank you, baby. Thank you. I just wanted to finish my sentence. Story short, some of these people fought, but then you had folks, entertainers that'll say, you know what, I'm not going to use this word. Or, but it was definitely something that was derogatory. I don't care what you do with it today, but it still was. That's all I'm saying. I don't want people to be, what are they trying to do now? Just erase history.
Inner peace. Let's make
better to make the little feel bad that it was slaves and things going on. All I want to say is whatever. Okay.
You don't want them. You don't want them to whitewash history.
That's the word I'm
Right. Go ahead. Right. We know that word.
Miss Fifi deliberately. I don't know why. She deliberately misunderstanding. I'm gonna say it again, Miss Fifi. You're arguing that you're arguing. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, people always say that when they can't defeat your argument.
No, you're trolling for real.
Especially when it's a taboo topic, and they
why are you being such a antagonist and you just been trying to be provocative? You know how you have shock video. That's you. Everybody knows to come in here for shock.
The big line. Already, let's make democracy dance.
Man, you gotta leave the feelings at the door. And
I'm John Kitover.
I get what you're saying that, hey.
I'm not going to have some white boy calling me nigga. Okay? That's not going to happen on the stage.
What? Let me ask you this question. Who made that statement that white people call you the nigga? Who said that?
I'm saying when you white boy shit, somebody get on the stage and say nigga, I'm not going to be happy. Especially if they're white person.
No one's saying that.
We're talking about
Nathan, Nathan, quit messaging.
We're talking about the history of
we're
talking about the history of the word Miss Fifi. We're saying, we're talking about the history of the word, right? We're saying that the word was not always a slur.
Families know that.
And you know who helped me out with this? Malik said this. It was not always a slur. It became a slur. And guess who made that point, Miss Fifi? Guess who made that point? Me. I've been saying that the word wasn't always a slur. But you know what you do? You say, you know what?
Samoa and you just like them. You slip around and slip
I know when I'm right, I'm gonna always be right. I'm gonna fight for what's right. That's the difference between us. If your slip is showing, and I'm telling you, hey, your slip is showing. You say, Nathan, you don't know what you're talking about. My slip is showing. I'm gonna keep on telling you that your slip is showing.
Who was telling me this, and I'm gonna look and fix it because it's you.
Yeah.
You saw that in the TV?
Nathan, quit. I'm getting too many notifications, brother. Quit texting me and telling me to call Miss Fifi the N-word. I'm not going to do it. I know you want me to, but I'm not going to do it. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. Don't do that anymore, Nathan. Come on, brother.
What you did?
Miss Fifi, you know.
You know what's hilarious, Miss Fifi, is you brought up the 90s, right? And like the culture and change against like rap music and the court cases. Do you know the creation of what gave the whites the ability to get away with this shit?
The whites.
In the 90s too.
Because the
popularization.
NWA and all that.
No. The OJ trial and the popularization of the usage of quote unquote.
Why they gave me, and I'm to answer.
But only when the moon is new.
Which means we're on the same side.
You're late, Mr. Kitover.
Traffic.
Because they were quoting what the police officers were saying on, wiretaps and off camera, saying racial shit, the Rodney King stuff. And there was a famous attorney who basically made this argument and said we've now officially weakened the word and now allowed white people to say N-word. All news shows and broadcasters, when they were talking about it, when they were reading Mark Twain, they'd use the hard ER, but when they were talking about OJ, or when they were talking about Rodney King, or when they were talking about all of the crap that happened with, rest in peace, Reverend Jesse Jackson, who just died, they would use, quote, N-word. So now we all have a pass, right? Because of people like Nathan and Andrew. Racist.
Hey. No. I'm saying this too. You know what?
You like that, Anthony? You like that, Anthony?
Yes. But I'm saying this though. Don't just put me and Andrew. Put Tupac there too. Because Tupac. Yes, Tupac was one of the. Yes, Tupac was one of an individual from a great think tank for African Americans. He was him and his group of young individuals. They said that, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna rebrand the word. The word
was trans gangster, bro. You can't take that guy seriously.
Interrupt people
Yes,
and then
but
get mad when
absolutely
they interrupt you.
He was an actor too, just like King.
But the point is this.
All right, let's settle in.
And a group of individuals, they rebrand him, right? Guess what it meant, Miss Fifi? It didn't mean, and he said this in an interview, when you use the NITR, you're talking about whips and chains. And when I use IGGA, I'm talking about a whip, and he did like the motion, the hand gesture to show that he's in the car. And I'm talking about chains, like gold chains, right? But if you have a white person, like let's ask Andrew, would you say the N-word with the A?
He doesn't have a reason.
Would I say it in public?
Yeah, would you call a black person that? Because from what Tupac says, that the N-word isn't any.
Can someone give this nigger Andrew the N-word pass?
You just got the pass from Miss Fifi. That was crazy.
Greg apparently has the pass. But no, I called Nagu. I call him Nagu. He came on stage, NGU. He came on stage and I said, "What's up, my Nagu?"
This is why we all.
That's the most I've done.
Because we let people all into the.
Miss Fifi, hit me up, Miss Fifi. I'm saying this. Let me just land. So look, Tupac gave the definition of the term, right?
Bro, no one wants to let you land because you're waffling. No one wants to hear this shit. You're waffling.
Okay, come on, great. Chill. Control
you're just saying words. You're waffling. No one wants to hear it.
Control the atheism, bro.
You gotta control your fucking mouth.
Control your fucking autism.
No one wants to hear this shit.
Then leave. Alright, listen, shut your black ass up. Let me move your black ass down.
Yeah. This is Andrew's people, bro. It's the people Andrew brings up.
Exactly.
It's crazy. Greg's your fanboy, man. What the fuck? Anyway, back to the conversation.
You gotta leave your strays where you found them at, bro. Don't be bringing them up inside here, feeding them.
The problem is I feed
I hate those Muslims.
Exactly.
You can't
feed the troll, bro. You know that, Andrew.
That's true. I do. But I still feed you. But go ahead, Nick.
I'm gonna land. So look, Andrew is even hesitant Listen, Andrew is even hesitant to say it, right? Tupac said, hey, it does not, he said N-I-G-G-A, because the lady was like, well, you use it in your songs, right? Well, he said, when I use it, I'm not talking about whip and chain, right? And he did the whip, and the chain being like chains would you lynch people with, or you hug people like cage them with. He said, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about whip, car, chain, gold chains, and that's what I use it for. So that's the difference right there. And I'm asking Andrew to say it now because historically that's what the word meant, especially by Tupac. When Tupac makes this song, nigga this, nigga that, nigga this, you should be able to use it because he doesn't mean anything disparaging, but you can't tell it to a black person. And you know why? Because black people are the most racist people. Go ahead, Emma.
Oh, I can talk now?
I mean, yeah, let's talk, Emma, because Pro might want to come up and say the N-word. I mean, I won't say it, but maybe him as a white person. But go ahead, Em.
I think the point I was going to point out is that it's not just, like, I think Andrew might be like me, so I'm going to say something, and if you disagree with me, Andrew, you can say that you do. But the reason that we choose to say something or not choose to say something isn't simply just because whether it's going to offend other people. Like, that's kind of an exterior reason for us. Like, what we feel, like, what's important to us is if that is, like, a hurtful thing. And we take that, I feel like, I mean, I know I take that to heart. So, like, it doesn't matter. The external, like, validation of that doesn't matter as much as, like, what we strongly believe.
What do you mean by external validation of that, if you don't mind?
Like other people's interpretation of it, like regardless of whose race it is or who it is and who we're talking to. Like, it's an internal decision. So he would never be comfortable saying that.
Do you use the term faggot by any chance, Emma?
No, I don't ever use that.
Okay.
You never used it?
I didn't mean that in an aggressive manner. Love. I'm not.
How old? How young are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm not young. Not typically young, no.
Curse them. Do you curse?
Yeah, sometimes I do. I have that fault sometimes, yes.
I'm surprised to hear Hagop using the F slur, actually, considering how left-leaning you are, Hagop. You know, anti-MAGA, anti-conservative.
It's actually very concerning, Andrew.
I am
I'm surprised.
Non-LGBT supporting Marxist.
See, now that's interesting. That's interesting.
I am so upset that these gays and trans have completely taken over our communist and socialist party.
Crazy.
Because
so, like,
they would be massacred in the fields if Trotsky or Stalin was around today.
Wow. You are an unusual mix.
I'm not actually that fucking leftist, bro. You have to understand the time I grew up in, right? I was born in 93. I'm fairly young, compared to some other people in this room, but I grew up with South Park, brother. And South Park literally made it a point to differentiate why faggot isn't offensive, but the N-word is.
Did they use that slur?
Yes, I'm getting a call.
93 was it that?
I can't imagine South Park would use it anymore. They used it back then. I didn't know that they did. Did South Park actually use that slur? Does anybody know? Because I actually don't know.
Yes.
Yes, they totally did.
They did.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You got to look at the episode about the tunnel of intolerance.
See,
fag. Yeah.
Interesting. That's interesting. You kind of see the shift, the cultural shift and things like that. Because I doubt they would do it now. I would be shocked if they did it now. It's kind of like Eminem, toning down his, language like that. You don't really hear him talk like that anymore. And I just, I'm always a little suspect when I kind of see that kind of.
Yeah, definitely. Because.
Yeah, but I will say, look, I mean, as far as what you said, like saying something that's going to offend people. Like, it depends on why it's offending them is what matters to me, right? So if somebody, it's not so much about the words that somebody's saying, it's like what they're trying to express, and that would include the way they're saying it. So, like, if somebody's trying to express some kind of hurt or trying to generally denigrate people, I can understand people being upset by that, right? But if somebody's saying it in a joking way, it's just like if somebody wants to call me a cracker or a polar bear or an Edomite, usually, even when they're meaning it, I'm okay with it. But if they, if they're joking around, I know they're joking around, and that doesn't bother me, right? It doesn't matter how, maybe vile.
You're an Oleg.
Somebody might take that. What's that? What'd you say?
The most offensive word is, like, someone calls you an Oleg.
Andrew, what if I were to say it should bother you?
I don't necessarily agree because it obviously.
Like for just real quick, Andrew.
Yeah.
Like in my culture, right? There are certain words you shouldn't joke with around women and children. Like you could joke, like you could call someone a motherfucker in Armenian. It's 9 times out of 10 it will start a physical fight, right? You could incorporate that into a joke, right? But even when you say it as a joke, it's looked down upon, and you have to be like very, very careful on who and when you curse. And I personally think, being exposed to the LA culture where pretty much anything goes and anything could be a joke, I think being reserved is a great way for our society to function. I think there's a lot of benefits, and you don't water down the words. Like when you call someone a motherfucker, like prepared to fight. And I think this overusing of every word is retarded. It's retarded.
It's retarded. I love how you say it's retarded. That's funny. But let me just yell it. We should be reserved. Not being reserved is retarded. But let me just say, there's a comedian. I wish we were on Discord because I would play a clip. But there's a comedian that I have just an enormous amount of respect for because he packs his rooms out with just every ethnicity, every background, and he just does jokes that are, they're genuinely fun, right? Racial stereotypes, everything like that, and everybody's laughing together. No animosity. There's like this, it's a tearing down of racial barriers. And I have a lot of respect for that approach. I'm also not opposed to what you're saying, like as far as being reserved. I think that's another way to go. I do think there are certain things that are sacred that you shouldn't be joking about. You shouldn't make jokes about it, right? And be like, demeaning. I wouldn't want to be demeaning about Christ or anything about God.
Absolutely. Yeah. But yet, how many comedians, right, joke about Christ but never about other religious figures, right?
I agree.
You know why? It's our fault, Andrew.
Yeah, because we don't stand up.
We're not the ones, right, cutting people's heads off, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not advocating for violence. I'm not advocating for violence, but clearly there's a difference here.
Yeah, I agree. They take advantage of our passivity and the fact that a lot of Christians are going to turn the other cheek, so to speak, or they're not going to run a jihad on you if you're coming against Jesus. You can do the most.
I think you just have to read the room. Just read the room.
Certainly.
You don't have to have that.
Yeah.
Some people don't have that. What do you call that? They're socially awkward or something. They just don't know when to suppress things. I don't know.
I think it's emotional intelligence. Some people lump it under that.
You have to read the room. You're not going to go in there and say the N-word in front of a bunch of nanas or something. When I say nanas, meaning grandmothers or whatever. You just don't. Even if you can say it, it doesn't mean that it's right all the time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, there are contexts, and I think it would be inappropriate and whatnot, right? If somebody was telling you how horrific the Holocaust was, and they're like crying and telling you about how, their great-grandparents or whoever, right, went through the Holocaust, and or their grandparents.
I had a manager who's I want to say it wasn't his grandfather, but I know his son. They gave him his bar mitzvah in Israel. How cool is that? You know what I mean? So we got to learn a lot about each other because he was our manager at the station. Absolutely. So we got to know each other's culture. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think the thing is, right, if somebody was giving that some kind of testimony about that and you were just like, I don't think that would be the time to make the joke about the ovens and the Jews, or what's the difference between a pizza and a Jew, right? I don't think that is the time to make that kind of a joke. But there
Finish it. I don't know that one.
The Jews don't. I'm sorry, the pizza doesn't scream when you put them in the oven. But the thing is about that is that a lot of people aren't gonna. I know. The thing about that is there's going to be times that are appropriate where you can joke with people, even about things that are very sensitive. And it could be appropriate or more appropriate, right? But there's going to be times when it's not. So I agree it's very much contextual. And it very much matters.
That one's kind of like, yikes.
It's brutal. So, I mean, people, but yeah, I really do think it's the intention of the person that is expressing what they're saying that is the crucial thing that you should acknowledge, right? I don't think that you should just take what their words that they're using, and that should be what offends you necessarily. I think you should be looking at the intention of the person. I think that's what should matter.
I saw a comedian somewhat recently. Hey everybody, salute to the room. From Detroit, Michigan, where it's warming up here, yay. So yeah, I saw a comedian, his name, Kevin something, but I'll think of it in a second. But he's a recovering alcoholic. He was really funny and everything, but he was making addict jokes a little bit. Not that I'm offended, but a lot of people got up and walked out, and because they were offended about, but it was just like the content. I mean, it just didn't sit right with this particular audience. It didn't bother me, but it was, again, you got to read the room.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And the thing that I wanted to say is it's also like, and Emma, I don't know if you can comment on this, but it's not just offending somebody that should be the rule, right? Because obviously, I'm going to say Jesus is God. Muhammad is a false prophet, and I don't care. I mean, it's unfortunate that people are offended, but that's not going to stop me from saying that, right? I'm still going to proclaim the truth on that.
I agree.
And so there's certain things that you should be willing to say, even if they offend people. So offending somebody just can't be the metric by which you determine if something is off limits or not. It's a metric to look at, the metric. It's not like that's the deciding factor. So just saying, somebody might be very attached to Islam, and you'd be like, it's not that you should be heartless about it, but you can just be like, look, Christianity is true, and Islam is false. If push comes to shove, I mean, this is really the truth of it. And I think that's something that should be considered, right? Is there's going to be certain things that are just true, doesn't matter how people receive it. As far as it stopping you from saying it, you should still say it. But there are some things that are offensive that, you should consider who's hearing it and what the intention is for you expressing it to the group of people that are going to hear it. Like, that matters. I don't know.
I agree.
Yeah, but I think that you have to be accountable for what you say at all times, whether or not whoever is listening. Even if you're saying something alone, by yourself someplace, you're accountable for what comes out of your mouth. And it doesn't matter, like, if it's offensive or not to someone else, you're accountable for thinking about your words. You're responsible.
Yeah, your words are like your biggest weapon, if you want to, not in a good way or a bad way.
Do you guys know who was protected from the executioner's axe? The jester, right? So I think that I kind of agree with medieval shit. I think that the jester or the comedian here doing the social commentary should be free to use all the slurs and all the words.
Okay.
But us laymen should know that there's consequences for the words.
That's a great point, right, about the jester, right? But practically speaking, don't you think every single one of those dudes, there was a limit to any particular king? Like, you could make fun of his wife, maybe you could make fun of his weight, but you better not make fun of his nose or he'll fucking kill you. You get what I'm saying?
What about with the Pete? What about the Pete Davidson, and the roast and stuff? They crack jokes about his dad dying in the 9/11 thing.
And it's hilarious.
it's hilarious because he goes along with it, but I'm kind of like, I still kind of makes me uncomfortable. I don't know.
Yeah, that would make me uncomfortable. Like, I wouldn't be comfortable with somebody joking
He
about it.
he laughs at it, and I'm almost like, why are you laughing?
Yeah.
Dude?
You just have to, I mean, if he really...
Yeah, he makes jokes about it.
Yeah. That just as he is. He doesn't... Maybe it's...
The greatest 9/11 joke is Norm Macdonald's. You guys heard Norm Macdonald's joke?
I'm
laughing before you say it because I know the joke.
He gets
Norm Macdonald. What's the joke?
So he gets people. So like, for example, to Andy Dick once he said, "Have you ever heard the 9/11 call from who does he say? Hey up."
Oh, this is a different one. Is this the one that was on the podcast where he goes?
Yeah, he goes. Have you ever heard the 9/11 call from Kennedy? And he goes, I think you mean 911. He goes, well, yeah, 9/11 is a national tragedy, which makes the other person laugh, and then he turns it on them. He's like, what are you laughing about this for? I'm obviously not telling you right, but you should check it out. What do you want me to do?
This is your last one.
Be a little bit more prepared next time, Tim.
That was ridiculous, Tim. I can't believe. Wait,
hold
on, Mother. Go ahead. One mic on Mother so he can say hello to everyone.
Hi, everyone. Happy Thursday? Thursday evening. I hope you guys are doing well. How are my girls and my gays?
You know who else made billions, millions off of 9/11, Hank? Howard Lutnick.
Let's not talk about the pedophile stuff today, bro. I had a long day. I don't want to get into yelling.
Yeah, that's
rather talk about race.
Don't y'all get tired of talking about pedophilia? Jesus, every fucking day.
I'd rather talk about race and like the value of like words and their impacts, and we can get into some philosophy. It'll be fun.
How come nobody asked me how my day's going?
Because we're talking about if the word faggot or the N-word are offensive.
Well, can I take the faggot one?
You sure can.
So, I do think, I mean, we have kind of gotten desensitized to it. Like, the gays call each other faggots all the time, but, like, a straight person can't call us that. And I think that is the same connotation for the N-word. Like, we can call each other that. We are in community with each other, but y'all better not cross that line before you get cut, bitch.
What if I call a person faggot that has nothing to do with their sexuality? It's just their behavior.
Yeah, like you're acting faggy, like The Office.
Oh, well, I would never say faggot.
It is ascertaining behavior in a derogatory fashion. You're not saying that in like a positive light.
Well, what if we just throw him to the faggots?
Yo, faggy sounds much better. It actually sounds endearing.
Well, you gotta think. I mean, listen.
Faggy sounds a little endearing.
Like, before Mother's people came along, Dizzle, the word faggot was used to refer to a bundle of sticks that was used at the stake to burn these heathen witches. So then Mother's people came along and they hijacked everything. They hijacked faggots. They hijacked the rainbow, which, mind you, was province. Yes.
I'm going to point something out. After Puff, I'm going after Puff. And also,
I'm after Lion.
Yo, attention.
Mother's people.
Spanish speakers in here. Mother and Puff Man, alright? People call me racist because I like to say the word blackie, right? I throw out the word blackie. But as Spanish speakers, can you guys translate what blackie, like how would it be in Spanish?
So it would be
Negrito. Right. Is negrito endearing, right? Like it's endearing in our culture and our language. So here's the thing.
I don't know about your culture. I just know.
Hold on, Puff. I'm a real Hispanic. Go on mute.
Oh, of course.
Yo, I'm crying. What I was gonna say is, like, in our cultures, we don't have the same racial animosities as America does. Like, calling someone negrito is not something. It's like it's not equivalent to the N-word, and people love to use that. It's not the same thing. Like, you can call someone negrito and it not be like derogatory or aggressive. It can kind of be like a term of, you know. Whereas like you guys.
No, I don't think so.
is
But I don't know.
Niggy,
I still don't know what Hispanic is.
Is Niggy worse than nigga? Is Niggy worse than nigga?
I'm sick of him anyway. He's been calling me nigga all night, y'all.
I ain't seeing that.
Fifi, hold on. You gotta fight back, Fifi. You gotta fight back, girl.
I wish Inkin was here.
Fight back. Don't let that nigga Dizzle do you like that.
I ain't calling her a
fight
nigga.
back, girl.
The fuck?
Yes, he did. He might as well have.
Shame on you, Dizzle. Shame. How dare you disrespect the Fifi like that?
So nobody's really gonna ask me how my day went?
No, not really. We're not interested. But I'll tell you what, man. How long have you been down in Florida for?
So, all right. So, mother, how was your day? Good. I've been feeling like a bad bitch all goddamn day.
Okay, so now to the question. How long have you been in Florida for?
11 years? 12 years?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been here a hop.
Oh, was it your family? Your family came up from the DR up to New York like most typical Dominicans do, or?
No, we came. So, I don't know if y'all know this, but I'm half Puerto Rican. So my mom's side of the family was in Miami, and so then they moved to Miami, and it was like Miami in the 1980s. And my dad was like, "This is a hellhole. Why did we move here from DR? This is a shithole." And then they moved to Chicago. And that was a very long time ago. Miami's a beautiful city now, but it was really bad in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah. Got it.
It was like,
so your dad needed somebody from
Miami, though? Isn't that peak Miami?
Your dad needed an anchor, and
in
he
the
found
90s,
himself
Miami in the 90s was basically a war zone. Like
80s,
the fucking
90s. Hell yeah.
Yeah, pretty
Good
much.
times, bro. Good time.
Now we've reached a 50-year
Proud owner of a MAGA cock.
Miami's had a glow.
Look at that. And all it took was to sprinkle some gay niggas in there. Voila.
So it happens everywhere. The gays move in, we make it nice, and then the heteros want to come back and shove us out. Like, we did all the hard work.
You notice how he doesn't bring up the portion about how they priced out all the people that were originally
Right.
populations?
Yeah, they're very exclusive. Yeah.
This is why I
What are
use
you
the word
talking about?
faggot, not the N-word.
We literally
This reason exactly. Gentrification is the reason I don't use the N-word.
That's why you gotta throw them to the faggots. Burn them.
I'm just saying, if you see gay men moving into your neighborhood, you should be happy because your property value is gonna go.
Well, I gotta tell you, if a gay guy was to him, I think he'd want to call 911 because that sounds like rape.
Yeah, and by the way,
I was gonna yell yes, queen, when you said you were that bitch all day.
I didn't know you were gay.
Not too much of a mother.
You didn't know that, Andrew?
No, I didn't. So you don't mind the other ones?
No, other gays can call me faggot. I don't care.
Well, no. What about straight people? Because I don't.
No, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Okay, but what about them just using it like Hagoff just did?
Well, Haggard wasn't the one that used it.
Deploy the MAGA cock.
Like I let things slide because you're
Proud owner of MAGA cock.
Like if I didn't like him, I'd be like, hey, what the fuck are you saying?
He knows I love the gays, bro. You know this, Andrew. I'm just anti-trans.
Oh yeah. No, you said LGBTQIA, my friend.
Yes, because the gays that I know. Okay, I'm gonna slightly dox myself right now.
Yeah, you're in a.
I'm gonna slightly dox myself. So if you Google my full name, I think Oleg knows the story. If you Google my full name, I wrote a paper in a bunch of places.
Oh, that is good.
And the title of the paper was The Development of the LGB/queer identity in the Armenian culture.
I'm gonna be honest.
I got this shit published everywhere, Andrew. Everywhere. I'm an ally to the gays.
I didn't even know there were gays in Armenia,
lesbians.
bro. I had no idea.
There are gays everywhere, bro. And like there's a huge diaspora community in Los Angeles, in Boston, right? And I interviewed a lot of people and how like their gay identity mixed with their Armenian identity, the difficulty of being a Christian and dealing with all of these things, like coming from a culture that is extremely prideful in their race and ethnicity and all that.
Okay.
Aren't you guys basically Russian? Like,
you want to shoot your shot? Go ahead.
All the gays I interviewed asked me one question.
You interviewed gays, bro?
Yeah, bro.
Is he available? You know what the question that he wants to ask?
Shit, Oleg.
In person? Were the interviews in person?
Some of them were in person.
Cosmopolitan.
Over Skype. Some of them were over Skype. So
telling
every
you,
gay
Oleg.
and lesbian I interviewed or bisexual asked me one thing. They're like, please do not include trans Armenians. No. They wanted their names published. They said do not include the trans community.
Wow, really?
We don't like them. Well,
And when was this? What year was this?
This is
What year was this?
2014. What was I saying? 2015.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. I interviewed one guy who was in his 60s. I think it might have been 70s, 60s. His name was Suren. Suren is married to a black man. Both of them are psychiatrists. His brother was also gay. His brother died from AIDS. He was one of the first people in like the Los Angeles Armenian community to be outed about his sexuality because he died from AIDS. And this guy did a lot of work for like the AIDS Foundation down here, all this stuff. And he was one of the people who goes, bro, please, I'm begging you. Like, Jacob, please.
Yeah, but did you ask him
this
why?
just to the lesbians and they gave me different reasons. All the lesbians said that they're like attacking what Sugar Belly says, right? They're attacking like feminism, this intersectionality doesn't really cross over. And all the gays said like they're taking our men.
Yeah, because the attraction to a woman is still there, because that's the actual natural course of the human race. But hey, look, what do we know? You know. Hey, quick question, yo, brother. What was the name that you used to go by a couple years back when we first met you in here? If you don't mind me asking, 'cause I remember you used to go by something else. Is he there? He probably gave up on me.
Yo, I'm in the shower. Hold on.
Oh, no, you good. All right, Nathan. Thank you, sir. Nicholas. That's right. And then he went to Nick. And then he went to some other shit. Yeah, Nicholas. That's
Nicholas
right.
is his real name. He went by Nicolations.
Yeah, Nicolations. Yeah.
Nicolations. Yeah, but then I got off. Right when he went to Nicolations, that's when I got off. Nathan, you want to say something?
Well, I just wanted to ask you, man, just to be clear, you
I thought it was Nathan.
Oh, is it Nathan? Go ahead, Nathan.
No. I'll
be fast.
Go ahead, bro.
Do you see my PTR?
Yeah.
This is a drawing of my oldest son, bro.
He kind of looks like you, man.
I appreciate it, man.
You crazy. Who's that, Concrete?
I don't know if you're lying or not, Nathan.
See some Concrete?
Listen, man.
Y'all know Concrete is Nathan's oldest son, right?
Yes, sir.
Concrete is
Nathan's oldest son, man.
No,
that's not Concrete.
Nathan's definitely fathered. I gotta say, the Puffman, I hope Nathan has done a good job of shepherding this room and getting all the people here to bow down to the truth of Christ. I hope that is what Nathan has done. So I'm just assuming that that's what's occurred, Puffman, and that you yourself have been shepherded by Nathan into acknowledging the Christian truth.
Andrew, I'll tell you what, the only thing I believe is that Clubhouse is, in fact, not only a PSYOP machine, but Nathan is part of that machine, and he's being paid to wrangle all the retards on Clubhouse and keep them while the other rooms grow and fruitfully disperse their seeds across this heathenist platform. Outside of, yeah, Nathan is cool, man. Nathan's cool. But I tell you what, I need Nathan to bring me to the feet of our Creator. I think it's pretty obvious when we step outside that none of this happened out of a big bang. There is, in fact, a Creator who created all of this. Yeah, Andrew, you don't know me like that, Andrew. And you know what's crazy? We've been around each other since probably like season 1 or 2. But I know most people, they see the
I am calm.
They don't really take what I say, seriously, because it's the Puff Man. And, I know how to I do the impersonations and shit, so nobody really takes me seriously. But outside of that, man, listen, I'm always up for a good conversation.
Well, I hear
who did you just talk about? Nathan? I hate Nathan with all my
See, and this is the reason why I can't wait for Tom Homan to show up at this motherfucker's door. Report his ass. I want this motherfucker so gone from everything.
No, he's not in
We need Faisal deported from planet Earth. How about that?
No. The tough man.
We need to put this motherfucker on one of them Elon rockets.
Basil is not only an illegal alien, but he's also a Muslim. So there's two reasons.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. We gotta get him out of here.
Yeah, I think we got it.
So how do you plan to get me out of here?
Trump's gonna come to your door.
You'll get me out of here by keeping me where I'm at my country.
I want to get you out of the United States because you're a Muslim and you are an immigrant.
So first off, excuse me, Faisal, I just want to announce, excuse me, quiet, Biggie, quiet, excuse me.
How dare you?
So I just want you to know that Tom Homan is on his way to your house. More importantly, excuse me, quiet, Biggie, okay? You ought to learn that when a real...
Hey, I'm John Kitover. I'm running for...
Excuse me, quiet, Biggie. Quiet. You gotta learn when to be quiet.
I'm John Kitover.
Because you're an embarrassment to yourself now. That's dissatisfying.
All things.
But I will say this, and you can't
Your piece. Let's make this through.
I am the president of the United States, okay? But I will say this, we are going to deport you to all of my
happening here? Just raise my frequency, man. Looks like you're raising the French tone. Peace with a sign of earthquake.
You know who that is? We are picking her up from Ireland because Ireland is had enough of her. And we're going to put you together on the same rocket. And we're going to send you off into the distance to never see you again. And, look, I was trying to be a nice guy. I was really trying to send you to the Uyghur camps, okay, to have you put some iPhones together. But you're a douchebag, okay? So that's how we're going to handle you from moving on, okay?
But yeah, Andrew, how dare you insinuate that I chose to step foot in the bitch ass country if that answers my question. I would never.
Well, that's the reason why you're still fucking goats, okay? It's quite obvious, okay? You're still drinking goat milk, okay? That's why you're ass backwards, okay? And you wear your flip-flops on the wrong foot, okay?
Have the sufficient amount of goats.
It's why you never aim when you shoot. That's the reason why you folks never kill anything, okay? But you sure know how to aim for a goat's vagina. You guys are very well known for that.
We use explosive vests.
World renowned. That's because you guys are cowards.
More like we're into fashion.
I would also like to take the time to announce that we're also taking over Gaza. We're going to be building some beautiful buildings in Gaza. You're going to see it's going to be a beautiful thing. And we're going to make sure that Nathan and Andrew have penthouses on the top, most highest floors.
Trump's
yes, sir.
Trump's voice doesn't sound so chiseled like that.
Well, that's because you're fake news. That's really why.
Oops, sorry, folks.
Rough night with the burrito buffet?
So, when I put it this way,
my stomach is staging a protest.
Oops,
sorry, folks.
Rough night with the burrito buffet?
That's why all y'all are in there, your ancestors. What do you guys think of that?
The committee, as your next congressman, I will always stand with our ally Israel. And when I say stand, I mean it. Watch this.
There's a lot of power over
When I say numbers, I mean it. I'm still Illinois 16th district.
That's a fact.
Speaker, I rise today to stand with our president. Folks, Chicago deserves a mayor who actually... Oh, citizens of the temple!
Yeah, we're the mentally retarded kid on the block with a Glock.
Position with the
and you guys still have a slingshot. We're the retarded kid on the block with all the nice toys. We got the Glocks, the drones, the tanks, the plane.
and all the intelligence in the world.
We got the discombobulators now, bro.
We got the chaos creators.
And you gotta circle jerk yourselves too.
Don't knock it until you try it.
I was gonna say, Oleg, it sounds like he's just jealous that he's not part of the circle jerk. I think that's really what it is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he doesn't feel the stimulation of the jerk.
You think of it this way: the people who didn't migrate from where they are, they have friends, they have people who care about them, they love them, respect them, and all of that. But the ones who migrate, they were like, I guess I got nothing left.
Or you're a billionaire Chinese guy buying up farmland. You see that?
When, where?
It's not just retards, right, and rejects that come to America. There's very affluent, smart people. We got that, you know. We're brain draining the entire world, because in America you could be a scientist and drive a Corvette. You could have the best of both worlds.
So if the bullied kid who has an AK-47 coerces another kid to, I don't know, do his bidding, that's not a flex again. Like if you guys pay money for talents to come to your country because they wouldn't find that sum of money elsewhere, that's not really a quality of your country. Besides, like, I don't know, bribing them.
Bribing works, Faisal.
But yeah, God forbid I ever step foot in the. You guys call it the old world. Y'all, this is the new world. The old world is good as it is.
Yeah, Oleg, what do you think guys like Faisal are gonna do when the aliens show up? They
put their heads in the sand, bro. Put their heads in the sand.
I know Andrew's gonna run out with his Bible and he's gonna start casting out all the demons and rebuking, right, Ed?
Yes.
Hagab is gonna run out there in his thong. What'd you say, Andrew?
You're right, I'm going to do that, and you're right about Hagop as well.
That's a motherfucking film.
Are you gonna cast Hagop out of his house too?
Yeah, if I tried to cast the demon out of Hagop, he would just disappear. So.
Can't make me disappear, that's right. I'm gonna stay, Andrew.
Ah, shit, that's crazy. So like that thing when they tell you to take medication for parasites, but be very careful because the medication may make you disappear too. Because you were in fact the fucking parasite.
This is what the Turks said about the Armenians. This is what Jacobus has been saying this entire.
Americans, the state of our union is strong, stronger than ever.
I realize y'all are racist as shit.
No, I'm just quiet because, you know, the scriptures tell me that the lost will be like the sands of the ocean, so you clearly point yourself out.
As a gay? You think that partaking in that sort of activity?
I'm clearly an Orthodox Turk who's too proud to call themselves Turkish. It's one of those.
Hagab, you and Faisal are, you guys are adjacent.
Not at all, bro. His people are actually
very closely adjacent.
His people are much beneath my people. I'm closer to Andrew than I am to anybody else.
Wow, look at that. You guys are aiming for the white hierarchy. This is insane.
That's right. I embraced it today, actually. I embraced it today. A little while ago, I embraced my whiteness finally.
Oh, like, do you endorse this kind of behavior?
Absolutely not.
Americans, when you're right in Canada. When you're a write-in candidate, folks wonder if they'll spell your name.
Not that much of a region.
Okay, I'm back.
Yo, Nick, I had a question for you. I don't know if you'd be comfortable with answering these questions, but you said you have, what is it? Your dad was the one that came from the Dominican Republic.
Uh-huh.
But you were born and raised here.
Yeah, I was born in Miami.
Okay. And I'm sure you took trips down to the islands and stuff, but
I go like 7 times a year. My parents live there now.
okay. But your mom,
when you're right in Canada,
I grew up here to the DR.
I grew up here in northern Illinois. We work hard.
Actually, they have a couple properties. They have one in Punta Cana, and they have another one up in.
All right. Yeah, you don't gotta get into those details. That's fine, man. May God bless them, and may God give them the health that they require to enjoy those those earthly material belongings. But either way, look.
They're happily
I grew up here in North Kitover.
Bro, hold on.
I'm running for Congress in Illinois 16th district as a write-in.
They came, they got the money, and they left.
Yeah. No. So my question, when you say, your mom, you say your mom was Puerto Rican, or excuse me, is, but was she born down in the island? Like she was from Puerto Rico and then she migrated?
She was born in San Juan, and then she wanted to get away from her family, so she decided to go to the Universidad Autónoma de Santo Domingo.
I'm Kitover. I'm running for
University.
Oh, so they met in DR. Okay.
Right, settling in, focusing on the center of my brain.
And then my dad, he was working at Kodak. Well, I don't know if you need to know this. And then he got an opportunity to move to Miami. And then she's like, I'm a U.S. citizen. We can make this happen. And then they came here. And then they
settling in.
All right, welcome in.
Good evening.
They bought property and went home.
Gotcha.
Good evening.
So
Colossal
my
victory tonight.
question to you is
Businessman John.
really the reason why I've been asking all these questions. What makes you feel like you're actually
Good evening. In a colossal victory tonight, local businessman John Kitover split.
Well, I think first of all, right, I think that this is where things get messy, right? Because I actually...
No, you're saying right,
From years that I was 14 to the year I was 16, I was living in DR for a couple of years with my family. And I live with them, and I understand everything, and I speak. So here's another thing. People come to this country, and they claim countries that they have no connection to, right? Like, oh, I'm fucking...
For a long shift.
You don't speak fucking Polish. How the fuck
For
do you
a long
understand
shift, I'm giving myself a few minutes.
if you don't speak the language? I still speak the language. I understand my people's culture. I am, well, like 85% of my relatives are still on the island. I can tell you what the politics are that are going on right now in fucking DR. I can tell you the economic data. I am fully invested in the prosperity of my nation, right? So, like, then you have these whitewashed Dominicans that go to New York.
You whitewashed, mother. You wasn't born there.
They forget.
No, hold on.
They forget their roots, right?
For a long shift.
At that point, you're a white man with a tan.
So the thing though, because they're not really going there. I suppose you're saying the whitewashed ones are the ones that were born and raised here and have no connection to the supposed roots.
Oh, and don't speak the language.
So
that's a big one. The moment you lose the language, you're a white man at that point.
Okay. Well, the thing is, I've always tried to understand that mentality because my mom took me down there. She forced me to live down there for 5 years.
John, focus on the center of your brain. Let it resonate.
I still never saw the connection.
Well,
and that was mainly because.
But why do you?
It was no, I don't know where you got hate, but either way, look, the whole thing is that
John, focus on the center of your brain.
Not only was I taught from an early age,
I'm a physician.
My mom wanted me to be from there. She was
Dr. John Kitover. I'm a physician, a veteran, and a neighbor here
where I was born. And the more crucial part of it all is the fact that I could never, it was.
Dr. John Kitover.
I'll make it layman's terms.
I'm John Kiddo.
It was the fact that I was going from.
I'm John Kiddo.
New York.
Now, I know what you're thinking.
Where I had subway buses, constant running hot water, constant electricity, and I know the country's not like that anymore. They made
it sounds like hate, brother.
But the thing was, like, I never understood what my mom's. I guess I understand it now because I'm older, but I never really understood what she was doing. I was like, yo,
I have seen the light.
The channel changer has spoken. From this day forward, I, Brother John, shall spread.
These motherfuckers don't got electricity.
Whoa! What is happening in here?
Don't get me wrong. There were times when we would like go to the beach. Granddad from New York. I was always locked up in the apartment. The only time I got to see a park, in the concrete jungle was during the summertime. But
Outside of that, I never understood why we have folks that were born and raised here and never lived a day and actually got to witness, just like you. Things you said. But I never understood how people who never lived a single day in their life, in the struggle that is to live down in the island, they were born and raised on pancakes, McDonald's, bacon, and all the beautiful things that is America. But then some way, somehow, to make themselves
let's make this third eye proud.
Something else exotic, if you will.
Inner peace. Let's make this
exotic of some sort. They call themselves something that they're not. So I just that part is the part that I've never understood, because I've never been able to say, oh, you're Dominican, because the thing is, my parents are from there. There's nothing about that island that I can correlate to me, my culture, and where I come from. So you know, whenever I would see her, I'll end it with this. So whenever I would see her make
democracy bands
down there, my fucking stomach still to this day churns. Those boiled plantains and that boiled yuca with all that shit.
This is crazy, yo.
Yeah, man, that shit. You know, like if I don't got a bowl of corn pies and some bacon or a egg and cheese biscuit or something from me, I'm not Kitover.
I'm running for Congress.
Yo, I starved a lot when I was down there in 5 years, man.
So here's the thing. That's the difference between you and I. Like, I love Latinos. I love plantains.
I'm John.
Food. I love our rice. I love
Families know that
I love going to DR and basically with my
families know that is.
I love basically everything. The way people down there live with so much fucking joy without not having a ton of means. Like, my family's would be considered upper middle class, right? Like, we are doing well, right? All of my family's college educated. All their kids go to private schools, right? They're not struggling, right? They live very comfortably in DR. And so, from my perspective, like, I would go, you know, like, even like they just look so much joy in the little things. The lack of Americans are so fucking isolationist. Like, when you go,
my families know that debt is out of control. Washington keeps spending and passes the bill to our kids. Our national debt just passed $34 trillion and it's climbing every. My families know that debt is out of control. Washington keeps spending and passes the bill to our kids. Our national debt just passed $34 trillion and it's climbing every.
And I'm not Dominican enough for DR, so technically I'm homeless. So I don't know where I belong. But that's the reality of
Los Angeles, bro. Come here. You know? Los Angeles.
Wait, hold on. This is exactly why I love Miami.
Oh, you're not gonna do Big Mike either.
It's Latin, but it's in the United States. It's either here or LA.
My families know that debt is out of control.
Yeah, you know, the main thing for me though, Nick, was the fact that I've always heard this. Oh, it's our culture. It's our tradition. All this stuff.
My families know that
I'm from the Bronx, and I'm from an era in the Bronx
where I compare the Bronx to us. No.
So hold on, you chill out. So I'm from the Bronx. All I know is the culture that I was born and raised in. You know what I'm saying? So when I would go down there and I would see these people playing these very, may I add, Afrocentric instruments, even though they love to deny their blackness.
Families know that
I could never relate to it. And
to address the Bronx situation, right? Because
there's a Bronx situation?
Yeah. How did Dominicans end up in New York?
Families know.
Let's start there.
My grandfather on my mom's side came here in the mid to late 50s. He started working 2 factory jobs. He then began to bring all his kids. And the moment they arrived, they immediately went to school and university. All of my aunts and uncles, they all speak fluent English. We never spoke Spanish. The only time myself and my cousins back in the 80s, if we heard Spanish, we knew it was because we was in trouble. Because they was calling our names in Spanish, and we knew we was about to get our ass whooped or something was going to go down. But outside of that, you know, just the idea of, to me personally, and I'm not saying that anybody who does is in any way, shape, or form wrong, but to me, it just feels like folks want to perpetrate on something that they not because it makes them feel special. And I could never, after being down there for 5 years and seeing how they struggle, how they live, I I can't stand here and be like, oh yeah, I'm that, when in fact I know what it's like to be that. And there's not a single day in my life that I could say I could ever went through anything that would relate to that. That's the whole point. You get what I'm saying? Like, being Dominican is a nationality to me. That's not something that gets passed down on blood. What does get passed down on blood is being black and white, and the facial features that I got and shit like that.
So
outside of everything else,
this is exactly like you're just an advanced version of what happens after like 3 or 4 generations, right? It just for some reason you went straight fuller into assimilation.
It's worse than assimilation. Is disdain.
Maybe my kids might feel like you, but I'm too close to the roots of my people and my culture to feel that way. I don't feel that way at all, right? Because you come from a place where you don't regularly speak Spanish. And also, let's talk about the Bronx, right? The Dominicans that moved to New York City and the Bronx, right? How did they get there in the first place? They went there to work in the hotels. You were the uneducated, poor Dominicans that left the DR in the fall of the Trujillo regime. What they brought with them was not just Dominican culture. They brought with them a culture of poverty, which is exactly why the Bronx is the way it is, right? Like, highly educated Dominicans did not come and move to the fucking Bronx. Every time I went to the Bronx, because my cousin lived there, I was like, this place is repulsive. I don't know why everybody lives over here. This is super, super fucking poor and ghetto and why are you even living here? This is worse than living in DR. And so for me, like, when you could say that the Bronx is a representation of Dominican culture, no, it's a representation
but I never said it was.
Of what poverty looks like in the United States.
Right. And that's what I was telling you, that's what I came out of.
Uneducated immigrant population.
But I'm not, okay, great. Well, hey, listen, it's funny because earlier.
Look, I left Argentina, amigo. All of it. Every bar, every kilo, it's mine now. They can't stop me. I'm taking all the gold with me. Tel Aviv, here I come.
Am I wrong on that? We're defending the young and dumb, the young and ignorant that come to this country, or the dumb and ignorant.
If you're trying to coordinate,
defaming our great nation.
Right. Well, apparently. Mothers do the same thing now too.
I'm not doing that.
Families know that death is out of control.
If your grandfather comes here from a poor spot in an island down in the Caribbean, and he strives to bring his entire family and works 2 jobs, and he has his kids assimilated. When his grandchildren are born, they're fully assimilated, and they're not running around trying to claim some shit that they're not. Apparently, that's low level shit.
I mean, that's crazy. The way you should have framed this is like, hey, I no longer feel a cultural connection to my country or my people, therefore I claim the United States.
Well, and
this is the culture that I'm more comfortable with. That's better than telling me
it's not about being comfortable.
I feel special because I acknowledge my
No. Yeah, it is kind of insulting, Puff Man. I don't know why.
All right, concrete.
I'm sorry you don't like the truth.
You are choosing to deny your
roots. You hate your people. Just say you hate your people, bro.
All this stuff, like, that is not a me problem. That is a punk problem.
Saying that, man.
He said that shit, bro. He said that shit with his chest, and he repeated himself. I hate those niggas. I hate those niggas.
He said, I'm from America, and I don't get it why people like Nicholas, who's from America, feel like they're Dominican.
Yeah, but it's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. This is all meant. One second, brother. I didn't interrupt you. I'm going after Nate. I'm going after Nate. I'm going after Nate. I'm going after Nate. I'm going after Nate, bro. I'm going after Nate. I'm going after Nate. Oleg was involved. Oleg was able to participate. Nate was able to participate. Oleg was able to participate. Nate was able to participate.
I asked Oleg.
I'm gonna go now, bro. I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna go now, bro. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Anyway, this is a weird nigga ass response to a weird nigga having weird nigga behavior. Oh, I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. If you called it, you called it. Did you call it?
I mean, why can't Congress speak?
It's in the chat.
This is a weird nigga.
It's in the chat.
Go ahead. All right, thank you. Anyway, getting on my nerves like Puff Man. Puff Man, you made it very clear your antipathy towards the Dominican Republic and the culture. You made it very clear. In fact, you repeated yourself, right? You can be childish all you want, but you're the one that's sitting here on stage revealing your innermost thoughts about your people. And then you had the audacity to fucking insult people who want to have a closeness to their cultural heritage. And then you get mad when niggas call you out for it.
Somebody got to make it make sense. Why are you here? It's almost like niggas want to have it one way. Nicholas, all he want. 1 second, brother. 1 second, brother. All he want to do, Nicholas, is he want to shit on you, and you now have to grovel and apologize. That's the only thing that'll satisfy this nigga. Why? Because you don't share in the same disconnect that he does with his people, and he thinks you're fucked up for it. He thinks you're claiming something that you're not, even though it's your fucking heritage, which is insanity, some form of fucking, I don't know, I don't want to go there, but anyway, Puff man, if you have a beef with your people, you gotta let that shit go. You should, and you said it in your own maturity. You're gonna overtalk, bro? You gonna be hurt like that, bro? I can hear your background noise. Can you mute up, Puff? You gotta be more mature than this, bro. Can y'all mute Puff for me, please? Because the nigga's being immature for no fucking reason. If you don't like it, why did you... Thank you, I appreciate it. If you don't like it, why did you fucking offer it for submission? Why did you give it to us so we can hear it? If you don't want to hear people's response, go fucking write in your journal, bro. That's what you should do. Write in your journal. Why did I go there? The food is disgusting. The people are disgusting. Why is this nigga doing this, bro? Can somebody tell me why this grown-ass man is being this immature? Can you hit him again, bro? Yo, Knowledge, can you hit him again? Because he can't control himself.
Yeah.
He's not. You gotta wait till we land, bro. You gotta wait till I land, bro. This fucking weird-ass nigga repeated himself, same stupid-ass message, and is mad that people are responding to it. And I would have been kinder and more gentle about it, but the nigga wanted to act like a weirdo behind it. And you acted like a weirdo to Nicholas, who deserves it on a lot of occasions, but not for fucking being... Hold on 1 second, brother. But not for having dignity and respect and honor for his heritage, which you obviously don't have, which is a fucking shame.
Well, damn. Yeah, so Nicholas, the point that I was trying to make before, because I could have sworn it was you and I talking, but it's all right. The whole thing is that I could understand if I would have been perhaps brought down there, left down there, and told, hey, look, you may have been born here, but we want you to be directly integrated into these roots. I don't think I ever said that. 1, I'm mad. I don't think I sound mad. 2, I don't think I ever said I hate the niggas, but, hey, look, it's funny. Every time I try to have this conversation, either I have LARPers that jump into the conversation and want to take somebody else's position or get offended on behalf of somebody else. But the crazy thing is that I find it interesting how I'm supposed to completely eradicate all of the culture that I grew up around in the Bronx back in the late 80s, early 90s. And I'm supposed to substitute that for something that, albeit, yes, I was exposed mildly perhaps to it. And, I did spend 5 years down there. But even then, I still had no connection to it because I understood that I wasn't from there. That's basically the whole point. So and Nicholas, just to be on the clear, I'm gonna entertain. Yeah, real quick. I'm gonna entertain the bullshit that came from the other side. Did you at any point in time feel like I offended you? I could have sworn we were just having a conversation. I was just asking you questions.
But it was kind of an insult.
Kinda.
I was having.
But it was like. It was a little like condescending.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
What was condescending?
Bro. Man up.
What was condescending though, nigga?
Yeah,
he acted like a faggot, bro. You gay.
We
You're not a
talked about.
faggot.
I hate playing games. I hate the food that they feed me. I don't even like the island. I think I had such a terrible experience. Blah blah blah. That's why I asked you if you hate your family, because when I go down there, man, I'm so excited.
But how is that? How is my personal experience
from what you said, Mother, about not being fully able to integrate in the Dominican and not being fully able to integrate in the U.S.? He was just a little bit closer to the negative side of that spectrum than you were. But that doesn't mean he's any different than you. It's like literal diaspora struggles. I don't think he was trying to be offensive.
What was considered negative about her statement, and I gave that response. I'm not saying
I got you.
but comprehend it, because he was putting down his own people. Which is
But
fine.
but this is the thing, though. You see, once again, so this is the thing.
Do I get to answer?
Yeah, go ahead. No, by all means, go ahead.
So real quick.
The ladies first.
So my situation is significantly different from yours, right?
Hi, everyone.
Oh shit! Hold on, nigga.
My mom cooked Dominican food in my house every single day of my life, from the time that I was 1 until I was fucking moved out to college. When I went to college for the first time, I had to fucking start eating burgers and fries at the age of fucking 20 and trying to figure out why white people eat oatmeal and all this white people shit at university, because I was not exposed to that. I ate a traditional Dominican breakfast every day. We would call our grandma every fucking other day, talk to my family on the phone, fly down there multiple times a year. Never lost my connection to our people. We met up.
Impact on the sun. You can like the sun, you can hate it when it's too hot, but that's not going to affect the sun, right? Agreed?
Yeah.
So in that sense, you can say it's transcendent. It's not contingent on you, it's not reliant upon you. But at the same time, we're trying to unite all people.
Like unify all the like religions and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Which is basically what Muhammad was doing, and I mean, it's just yeah. That's literally it. Syncretization, right?
Oh shit! I'm kidding. Okay, so you're not like a takfir type of dude. Like you're not.
We takfir anyone who's against the goal.
Dave, how could you be in so many discussions and not come to that conclusion earlier?
No, because he's takfired somebody before, but he's not what you would call a takfiri.
Oh, definitely not. Who did you takfir before?
Well, yeah. So I mean, we takfir, like we do all the stuff, right? We do all the stuff that works in whatever context. So, you know, when we get, because obviously we always get takfired by the dogmatists, right? Because for example, you know, if we kind of teach evolution, they takfir us because they think that Muhammad's like essence was to teach the creation of Adam myth. But no, he was repurposing the creation of Adam myth. He doesn't care about the creation of Adam narrative. It was a tool. It was a utensil to say, okay, you guys believe in this, and maybe he believed in it too, by the way. I mean, you guys believe in this? Okay, well, this, you know, it was Allah who established Adam on earth. It was the divine reality that established Adam, and he is the Khalifa. He is the trustee. He is the deputy of God. So you are deputies. You carry this burden of bringing God down to earth. You know, and there's many reasons why he would have repurposed that narrative, and he does this throughout his speeches during his kind of political revolution. So that's it. If you were
born in a religion.
Well, yeah, I was kind of raised in a traditionalist Muslim household. I mean, yeah, kind of.
And now it's like you're this. You're like this, maybe.
Yeah, I was a traditionalist 12 Shi'i until around 2 years ago, and then I was guided. No, and then I have some friends who, I don't know if they're in the room actually, Ilyas and some others, and yeah, we discussed philosophy and history and my kind of appreciation for evidentiary standards, and you know, I kind of reflected on my dogma. Basically, I looked at critical history. I, you know, reflected on the dogmas, and I realized, wow, it's so there's so much dogma. And then I realized, and usually at that point, people would just either become like they just abandon Islam altogether,